First thing we need to do to kick this off is we now need to give you another oath now that you've been selected as the lucky jurors for the trial for this week. So while you're standing, if you could please raise your right hand and listen carefully to the following. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Austin Chuong, who is charged with murder, felony murder, 3 counts of aggravated assault, 1 count of aggravated battery, hindering a person from making a 911 call, and possession of a knife during the commission of a felony, and a true verdict give according to the evidence, so help you God. If so, say I will. All right, thank you all. Please be seated. All right, before we get started and kick everything off, I gave you a few preliminary instructions yesterday. Now that you know you're with us for the long haul, I want to get into a little bit more depth about how the week is going to proceed and also how a criminal trial works. As I'd mentioned as you're coming in, one of the first things to know is that there are no assigned seats, even though generally everyone seems to pick a favorite. But you can sit anywhere in the jury box that you'd like. And again, for logistics, make sure you keep track of those juror stickers whenever you're in and out throughout the building, because anyone associated with this case, with the exception of the courtroom staff, is prohibited from having any contact with you whatsoever during this trial. I see all of you have found the notes and the pen pads that you're allowed to have, and a few thoughts on those to keep in mind. You can take notes during this trial, but you're not required to. Please don't let your note-taking distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You shouldn't share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Your notes are not evidence, they're only memory aids, and they're not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. You can consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, but you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. And you should leave your notes in the jury room except when you're in the courtroom. So when you go home for the day, your notes stay in the jury room as well. And at the end of this trial, we destroy them. This is a very important point I want to make sure you understand. You don't get a transcript of any witness's testimony during your deliberations. I know I introduced the court reporter to you and talked to you about that process. Almost inevitably, we'll be in the middle of the deliberations and the jury will let us know, hey, we'd love to have a transcript of this important witness's testimony. That's not how it works. It takes time to prepare a transcript, and that's not something we immediately have done. So just keep that in mind, that when you hear a witness come to the stand, the only chance you're going to get to hear and know what they had to say is that moment. Again, you can take whatever notes you want, but you don't get to replay it after the fact. A few basic principles of criminal law I need to cover before we get started. I want to talk about everyone's role and how a trial proceeds. As I mentioned yesterday, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the indictment, and he denies the charges remaining in it. And this indictment and the defendant's plea of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way the defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the plea of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that the defendant is guilty based on the charges or the not guilty plea. The defendant is presumed to be innocent until he's proven guilty, and the defendant begins a trial with a presumption of innocence in his favor, and that presumption stays with him until it's overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. The defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to him to prove his innocence. My role in this case is to decide the law that applies, and then I'm going to instruct you on the law that you must apply to the facts in reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now, but I'm going to give you much more detailed instructions on the law at the end of the trial. You, as the jury, have a very important role. You decide the facts of the case from the evidence that's presented, and then you're going to apply the law that I give you to those facts as you find them. Let's talk about evidence. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can come from testimony from a witness, or it can come from what we call exhibits. Testimony, again, is what you hear people who take the witness stand and they swear to tell the truth. It's important to keep in mind that the questions that someone asks a witness, it's not evidence. You, as the fact finder, are the exclusive judge of a witness's credibility, and it's your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable and to determine what testimony you will believe. Exhibits are documents, photographs, other physical items admitted during trial, and the object of this trial is to discover the truth. So during the trial, I'll admit evidence according to the rules of evidence as I understand them. And those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure you consider only the best and highest evidence. Lawyers are advocates for their side, and they have a duty to represent their side to the best of their ability. And a lawyer and a party has to follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. So if they make motions or objections because they don't think a rule is being followed, that's something that I handle. And whatever the lawyers say when they're making objections or responding to them, that's not evidence. I'll admit or exclude evidence according to the rules. And if the lawyers make an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you can consider it. If I sustain an objection, that means the evidence is excluded and you can't consider it. You should only consider testimony and evidence and exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about the evidence which I've excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberation and arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions or anything that I say during this trial are evidence. My decisions and remarks don't mean that I favor or lean to one side or another in this case. I'm only interested in seeing that the case is fairly tried based on the laws and Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Often, we're going to have to deal with motions or objections without you being here in the courtroom. And in those moments, we'll excuse you to the back and we'll try to limit such interruptions so we can keep things moving efficiently. But please be patient because those kind of things are going to happen as we go along. The trial is going to proceed as follows. After I'm done giving these this roadmap, the attorneys are going to give what are called opening statements. No one is required to make an opening statement, and opening statements are not evidence. They're just an introduction to the evidence, a preview or outline of the expected evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. Then evidence will be presented, and after the close of the evidence, the lawyers can give closing arguments. They can discuss the law that applies to the case, how you should consider the law in light of the evidence, and they can also point out evidence that they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments or what any party says in closing arguments is not evidence. The goal of a closing argument is to persuade you. And then after closing arguments is when I instruct you on the specific law that applies to this case. Then we're going to ask you to go to the jury room and deliberate. It's obviously important that you pay close attention during this trial. Anytime that you can't hear or see anything, or if you're suffering from any discomfort whatsoever that distracts you, let me know. Raise your hand, and we're going to do what's needed to make sure you can hear and see the evidence and give it your undivided attention. If you need a break at any point, raise your hand. Let us know. You should consider the evidence with an open mind. Don't reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Don't jump to any conclusions until you've heard all of the evidence. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I also have to remind you, and I'm going to keep reminding you throughout this process, that you only decide the case based on the evidence that's admitted during the trial. And that also means that everything you learn about this case happens in this room. We don't do any research about anything whatsoever outside of this room to learn about the people or places. You don't visit the scene. You don't refer to any books or documents. Don't Google anything on the internet about this case or use any sources to get information about the law that may apply. Remember, you're the ones that have been qualified in this case to be fair and impartial jurors to decide it. So no other influence should affect your decision. And that's why we also ask you not to discuss the case with anyone, including your family and friends, even when you go home at night. Your oath requires that you're not discussing this with family members because they're not on this jury. And we also don't want to let anyone discuss the case with you or around you. And that includes sharing anything by email or text or social media or anything. And that even means amongst yourselves until the deliberations again. That's when you start talking about the case with each other. And after you've heard all the evidence and all the closing arguments and all the law that applies to the case. So in terms of timing, generally we are trying to start as close as 9 as possible. Logistical issues come up and we work through those. But the idea is we're going to start at 9 and we break when we find a good stopping point around noon for an hour. Again, you can leave the building or you can stay here. And then we're going to, again, stop as close as to 5 as we can. Sometimes, again, things come up. Maybe we move more quickly than we anticipated, and we've heard all the witnesses we can for the day, and we'll break early. We kind of just have to see how it goes. And trials can be unpredictable things, and so we'll work through it together. So with that, we're now ready to begin opening statements. Ms. Willingham, is the state ready to proceed?
Yes, Judge.
All right, the floor is yours.
One, two, three. In this case, ladies and gentlemen, you will hear about one, Eric Chuong. Eric was Austin's brother, or is Austin's brother. And Austin entered Eric's room on the night of April 6th, 2020, with a bat and beat his brother, knocking out 3 of his teeth. 2. As Austin and Eric's parents, Jenny and Andrew, heard this altercation, they came into Eric's room to try and break it up. Andrew then escorted Austin out of the room. Andrew is also Austin's father. Jenny goes outside to the car so that she can take Eric to the hospital because he's bleeding. When Jenny comes back in, she notices 2. Austin is on top of Andrew, stabbing him repeatedly. And then 3 happens. Jenny tries to get Austin off of Andrew, and at that time, he then turns on her and stabs her. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduce myself to you again. I'm ADA Jazmin Willingham. I have co-counsel ADA Matt Holmes. And throughout the course of this trial, you will hear about all 3 of these victims. You will hear that this incident happened at their home, 92 Nathan Circle, Alpharetta, Georgia, here in Fulton County. Ladies and gentlemen, on that night, as I told you, Austin entered Eric's room and he beat him with a bat. So much so that there was blood all over Eric's face. He lost 3 teeth. You'll hear from a crime scene detective. He'll tell you he collected those 3 teeth. Jenny comes in, tries along with Andrew to get Austin off of him. Andrew then gets stabbed by Austin, his own son. Andrew, unfortunately, did not survive this attack. Fortunately, Eric and Jenny did. But Jenny was wounded. She was stabbed in her chest by her own son. Ladies and gentlemen, we've already talked about 3 of the witnesses you'll hear from in this case. As I mentioned, well, 2 of the witnesses you'll hear from in this case, Eric and Jenny. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that Eric and Jenny don't want to be here. You're gonna hear them tell me that they don't want to be here. They have no desire to testify against Jenny's son or Eric, Austin's brother. But you'll also hear from some experts. You'll hear from 2 GBI experts, one who had the opportunity to look at a piece of evidence, and in looking at that evidence was able to determine that there was blood spatter on it. That's going to be Destinee Mason. You'll also hear from Alexandria Jason. Ms. Jason will tell you that she received that evidence that Ms. Mason determined had blood on it, and she was able to make a comparison. And she determined that that blood was a positive match for Austin Chuong. That piece of evidence, ladies and gentlemen, was a pack of cigarettes that was found in Austin's pocket that had blood on it because he was cut during his attack on his family. You'll also hear from Dr. Michael Hinter. He, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the medical examiner, and he'll tell you about how Andrew died. He'll tell you how many stab wounds Andrew had. He'll tell you which of those wounds were fatal. You'll hear from quite a few law enforcement officers. You'll hear from Detective DellaPiana. At the time, she was a new officer. It was actually one of her first cases. And What she will tell you is that when she got to the home that night, that it was blood all over the place. She'll tell you that she found Andrew lying on the floor, deceased. And that she did try to render aid, but she immediately noticed there was nothing that she could do. So she then had to move on to Jenny, who she couldn't help at that time. She'll tell you that when she got there, Eric was harmed, but he was a little more able to move around than his parents were. You'll also hear from Sergeant David Freeman. Sergeant Freeman will tell you how he got to the home and just like the rest of the officers began processing the scene. While he was there, they could not find Austin at that time. However, based on the 911 call that you will also hear today, in that 911 call, they were aware that Austin was the suspect because in that 911 call that Jenny made after she was able to get away from Austin and run into the bathroom, she was able to tell law enforcement at that time, or the 911 operator, that Austin is the one that did this to her. So that's who they were looking for. And officers proceeded to look for him on scene. They followed blood trails that led them outside. When they got outside, Sergeant Freeman was the person who was able to locate Austin. And he will tell you that in locating Austin is when he was able to find that cigarette pack in his pocket. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear from the crime scene detective, which we've talked a little bit about. That crime scene detective processed the scene. He was able to take photos of the horrific scene that he saw that day. He was also able to collect evidence. He located the bat that was used to beat Eric. He located the knife that was used to stab Jenny, Andrew, as well as Hilley. He took those items into custody, and as mentioned, he took extensive photos. Some of those photos include that we just discussed that allowed officers to find Austin. And some of those photos include both the items, the bat and the knife. Ladies and gentlemen, you will also hear from two detectives in this case, Detective Braithwaite, and I may have pronounced his name wrong. I do that often. You'll also hear from Detective Bochniack. Both of them will tell you how they worked together to investigate this case. They'll tell you how they were able to speak with all parties involved, but based on the evidence they saw at the scene, based on the information they learned from that 911 call and further investigation, they were able to determine that Austin was the right person to have in custody. And ladies and gentlemen, they ultimately charged him for killing Andrew, his father, beating his brother Eric with a bat, and stabbing his mother, Jenny Phang. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear from Detective Dajuan Walker. At the time of his actions in this investigation, he was working for the Fulton County District Attorney's Office. He'll tell you that he now works for Atlanta Police Department. And while he was with the Fulton County DA's office, he went and was able to get DNA swabs from the defendant. Those DNA swabs were used in the GBI information we just discussed that Ms. Mason and Ms. Jason were able to test. Andrew Chuong, ladies and gentlemen, that is Austin's father. And he's no longer here because Andrew Chuong was victim number 2. And unfortunately, Austin stabbed him multiple times, several times in the front torso, as well as several times in his back. Andrew was a husband. He was a father. Austin's father. Ladies and gentlemen, one thing you all are going to probably wonder throughout the course of this trial is why this happened. I may or may not be able to give you that information. The witnesses that you hear from may or may not provide that information. But what I want you to remember is, regardless of why this happened, what we do know is that person over there, the defendant, Austin Chuong, is the one who committed this crime. What we do know is that Austin beat his brother with a bat. Again, beating him so severely that he knocked out 3 of his teeth. And even then, his parents still tried to calm him down, walk him away. Jenny was going to take Eric to the hospital. At that point in time, that's all they were trying to do, was calm things down. And instead, what his parents were met with was more violence. His father lost his life, and Jenny was wounded because of Austin. In this indictment, you've already heard, Austin is charged with murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, another count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, another count of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, aggravated battery, hindering a person from making an emergency telephone call, because as I mentioned to you, Jenny tried to call 911 and had to go and hide herself in the bathroom to be able to actually make that call to get help. And possession of a knife during the commission of a felony. Ladies and gentlemen, the judge has already told you that throughout the course of this trial, there will be someone taking down a transcript, but you won't get that. So I ask that you make sure that you listen. You have notepads and make sure that you take notes, but not so much that you are unable to pay attention, because I don't want you to miss anything that's presented. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make sure that you use your common sense in making a decision. When you all are done hearing all the evidence in this case, I'll come back up, and at that time, I will present to you again what has been presented throughout the course of the trial. And I'll ask you to use that information, use your common sense, deliberate with your fellow jurors, and find that the defendant in this case is guilty of all counts of this indictment. And ladies and gentlemen, throughout the course of this trial, I again ask you to remember 1, 2, 3. Eric was beat with a bat. Andrew was stabbed multiple times, leading to his death. And Jenny was stabbed in her chest when she tried to go and stop him from killing his father. Ladies and gentlemen, Austin Chuong is the person that's responsible for these crimes.
Ms. Willingham, if you can remove the PowerPoint. All right, Mr. Chuong, would you like to make an opening statement?
Yes.
All right, you can proceed.
So the DA told you that Jenny saw me stabbing Andrew, but in this case, you will never see any evidence of this. And the DA told you that Jenny pulled me off of Andrew, but this is also, or you won't see any evidence of this also. There's an HBO show called True Detective that stars Jodie Foster. She plays a police chief investigating a weird case. In this show, she's constantly asking her officers to ask the question,
Objection.
Overruled.
meaning ask the right question, and you'll get closer to the truth. Detectives in this case asked the question why, when they should have been asking who. They thought about asking who, but never looked at both sides. Detective Bochniack, the lead detective, said, "This situation involves domestic relationships, and the exact details of those relationships are often not shared freely. A further investigation in these victims is required to make sure nothing is missed by the investigators." It sounds good, and it sounds like he asked the right question, yet he never followed through on this. Austin Chuong did not murder his father. I did not murder my father, and I did not stab my mother. The police took Jenny Phang's and Eric Chuong at their word because that was the easy answer, the path of least resistance. But that wasn't the correct answer. It takes digging to find the truth, and they never asked the right question. They never dug. In the early mornings, or in the early morning hours of April 6, Austin, upset at having argued and fought with his brother about his parents' crumbling marriage, entered Eric's room with a baseball bat and hit his brother in the head, and Eric retaliated by cutting his hand. It is a terrible thing to do, but that is what happened. And to that charge, Austin pled guilty. He's taken responsibility for what he did, feeling sorry for what he did. However, what's in dispute and the reason you're here today is because of what happened next. My dad and my mother came into the room when they heard the commotion. My dad, playing peacemaker like he always does, told me and my brother to go to my room, or to go to both of our separate rooms and clean up, and to take a shower and or to take our clothes off so we could both go to the hospital, not just Eric. I was cut in the hand too. But when Austin came out of the restroom, I saw my dad and my brother struggling with each other in the solarium near my dog's cage. And then this is when my dad told me to run. He told me to run in Chinese. I won't say it, in Chinese because you maybe won't understand. But he told me to leave the house. And I left. And then when I left, my dad was still alive. And my mom was not stabbed. I'm not sure who stabbed and killed my dad or who stabbed Jenny, but I know I didn't. I didn't have no reason to. The Alpharetta police looked high and low for a motive. I wasn't on any type of drugs. I wasn't drunk, and I was never mad at my father. It's just the opposite. We were close. We were best friends. We worked together. We ate together every night. But, in fact, Eric even says this. Eric even says I'm my father's favorite. And I was never mad at my mother. And you'll hear this from her as well, because I don't think she can even recount a moment where I've ever been really mad at her. And I had no financial motive for killing my dad. The police continued looking for a motive, but they were asking the wrong question. Not why, but who. To them, it can only be me, Austin. They talked to my best friend, my girlfriend, and even my cousin. They looked at my cell phones. They read my letters I sent out of jail. And they listened to my phone calls for months. They even searched through all my computers and all the computers in the house. There was no motive, no mental illness, and by all accounts, I was a good and peaceful person. I just made a mistake of hitting my brother. Jenny and Eric, when asked, tell the police that there was nothing going on in the house that may have caused or led up to my father's death and Jenny's stabbing, and ultimately the attack on the family. But there is ample evidence of tension in the house, and it's strange that they never mentioned it when the police asked them. There was tension in the house, and it was caused by my dad's cheating and his verbal abuse to my mom. She did not sleep in the same room as Andrew, and they were by all means not intimate. They never kissed or anything like that, and they've been like this for years. He's been cheating emotionally and physically with another woman, and Jenny was mad at him, so much that she even moved out for a few days, just days before the murder was committed and Andrew died. Andrew would tell her verbally that she had no power of what he did with his money because he worked and she didn't. This was concerning a house that he was about to buy just a week before my dad died. And only when confronted with this information did she tell the police all this. And also that she was the sole beneficiary to Andrew's $500,000 life insurance policy, payable only to her. She had only told him this information after being caught in a lie She told the police she had no knowledge of the life insurance, even saying that she did not know the amount of it. And only when the police made it clear that they have spoken to her life insurance company and work hand in hand with them, does she tell the truth to them, and even becomes sort of defensive, asking if the company wanted to know if she killed her husband. You know, my brother and my dad had a fractured relationship. Eric had been in trouble a lot of times, and Andrew was frustrated with him. You know, I was my father's favorite. He used to give me money whenever I wanted, and while Eric had to work for his, he even says this in his interview, Andrew would baby Austin. Eric was closer to his mom, Jenny, and there was ultimately 2 separate parties living at the house. Me and my dad, and my mom and my brother. Yes, I lied to police and said some stranger came in the house, but I lied to protect my family because I love my family. My dad always taught me to love my family, no matter what. But I maintained this for a long time I maintained that the stranger came into the house and hit Eric and stabbed Andrew and attacked my mom, but this was false. I said this to protect them from the police's questioning because at first I thought the stabbing and the murder of my father was an accident. Maybe he ran into the knife or something like that. But only when I realized my father's death was not an accident and he has been stabbed 14 times, and that Eric and Jenny said it was me, did I really decide to say what really happened in the house. Besides no motive, how do we know Austin didn't kill Andrew or stab Jenny? Because there's evidence where Eric and Jenny have lied in their statements to the police. Her statements of what happened widely differentiates in all of her interviews with the police, and you will see that. But the largest differentiating factor is that she states in her last interview that Austin and Eric ran into the room where where Andrew died in. This is the solarium next to the There's a large pool of my dad's blood in the room, yet there are no footprints to corroborate this story. But me and my brother supposedly ran into this room and over my dad's body. You would think we'd step in blood, but there's no footprints.
Objection, Your Honor.
On the grounds of?
He's making statements at this point without acknowledging that evidence will show. He's stating them as if they are facts.
All right. Members of the jury, I just want to remind you on my instructions that statements made in opening are not evidence. The only thing that you are to consider is the evidence that ends up coming in and is entered according to the rules of evidence. And opening statements, the purpose is to show what a party anticipates the evidence will be. And so, Ms. Willingham, as we move along, if there's a particular aspect of the opening that you think is going to be inadmissible or is inappropriate, then you can renew your objection at that time. Mr. Chuong.
My mom also states that I wore a gray shirt when I was in the house and attacking her, but when I was outside the house, I was fine without a shirt. I don't know why she says this, why she said I wore a gray shirt, because she never saw me in the house. The only time she saw me was when I was in my brother's room. And I think she said I wore a gray shirt only because that's the last time she saw me. She didn't see me attacking my dad because I never did. She didn't see me attacking her because I never did. I don't know why she says this, but she says I wore a gray shirt in all of this, but I never did. I wasn't found with a gray shirt, and I never had the chance to change or anything like that. I only changed when my father told me to. Eric, in his interviews, can't even recount any of this. His statements even disproves her account of what happens. For example, Eric stated in his interviews that after me and him fought and he washed off in the restroom, he left and went to go in the kitchen and found Jenny and Andrew on the ground with Austin nowhere to be found. Then the police show up. Yet Jenny states in her interviews that she was in fact in the restroom calling 911 while Eric and Austin were running in the house. And when she left, the police shows up. Their stories disprove each other because if one was in the restroom, the other couldn't have been. Who was in the restroom, Jenny or Eric last? It's either one, it can't be both. because they don't even say it in their interviews. Austin couldn't have stabbed Jenny or killed Andrew because the police had all of Austin's clothing from that night. No evidence of their blood was found on Austin's hoodie, nor his t-shirt, nor his pants. There are no fingerprints on Austin or of Austin's on the knife found in Eric's restroom. The knife was found in Eric's restroom. And according to Jenny and Eric, I never even stepped foot in the restroom. Nor was there any of Austin's DNA transferred for him to Jenny or Andrew, despite the fact that Austin had an open knife wound on my left hand. A defensive wound on his left hand indicating a block that was bleeding. Neither Jenny or Eric have an explanation of how he got this
Objection,
wound.
Your Honor, speculation.
All right, Mr. Chuong, again, it's important to keep in mind that in opening, we're saying what we think the evidence will show. We're not supposed to be arguing conclusions from the evidence or inferences from the evidence.
Okay.
That would happen in closing arguments.
Okay. The investigators failed to investigate this case thoroughly. Instead, they latched on to Austin, me, as the only suspect, and that's why I'm here today. They ignored glaring details such as how the knife was found in Eric's restroom that Austin was never in, and placed there by a left-handed person. Eric's the only left-handed person in the house. They failed to dig in any more of Jenny and Andrew's relationship and what she stood to gain, such as all the rental properties that were in my dad's name and the $1 million home she now lives in. Even how they spoke of a divorce just a week before the murder. They asked the wrong question. They looked at the wrong person. Ladies and gentlemen, all I ask you is that you listen to the evidence and listen to the facts of the evidence. And at the end, you'll do what is justice demands and find Austin, me, not guilty of the assault on my father and my mother. There's ample evidence of reasonable doubt and even beyond reasonable doubt once you hear this case that I didn't do it. I just need to show you and you'll be able to see that there's absolutely no way I could have attacked my mom or killed my dad. Thank you very much.
All right, stand call first witness.
Judge, state calls Tony Hilley to the stand.
Who's about to take this? 911 call?
Yes.
There's that paper.
Okay.
About to do it. Right. Judge, can I make an objection?
You can object at any time.
Shh.
Stand up.
I anticipate that the 911 call will be played, and I think it violates my confrontational cause because I can't cross the people on the 911 call speaking. And if they would play the 911 call when the people speaking on the 911 call are present, I would, be able to cross them.
All right. So on the
Ask the questions to those people when it happens.
okay, Ms. Willingham, on the confrontation issue, this was 911 call is made contemporaneously and close to the scene of the incident alleged. All right. So on confrontation grounds, Mr. Chuong, I'll overrule your objection. And do you have any other objections?
No.
Okay. If you could swear in the witness, Deputy Scott.
Right in front of the place. You swear affirm the testimony you should give to the board will be true. Does that help you?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed. Spare first and last name for the board.
Yes, my name is Tony Hilley, Tonyhilley.
Good morning, Mr. Hilley.
Good morning.
Can you please turn and introduce yourself to the jury?
Good morning, jury. My name is Tony Hilley. I'm the operations manager for Alpharetta Department of Public Safety's 911 Center.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Alpharetta 911 Center?
I have been with the Alpharetta 911 Center for 9 years.
9 years.
Yes.
And can you please tell the jury some of the job responsibilities that you have? in your
Yes, sir. I oversee the daily operations of the 911 center, including all supervisors, call takers, and software is used inside the center to ensure continuity of the center at all times as well.
And does that, your responsibilities include the maintenance of 911 calls, records, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir. I do maintain and hold control and custody of the 911 records for the center.
And are you familiar with the term CAD report?
I am.
Can you please tell the jury what a CAD report is?
Absolutely. A CAD report, CAD stands for Computer Aided Dispatch. This is a report that most centers are going to use to capture calls. It'll hold the caller's information, pertinent information that we gather, officer information, who was dispatched, times of dispatch, times of cleared, report numbers, and things of that nature.
And so how are, say, the CAD report maintained for each 911 call?
So these CAD reports are maintained basically when the call starts. As soon as we answer the phone, a CAD report is made. It is then continued throughout the entire process, gathering information up until close. These reports are maintained on a virtual server, so they are always there. We don't lose reports. Once it's closed, nothing can be deleted from those reports. Does that answer?
Absolutely. And your 911 calls, are those kept in a similar manner?
Yes, our 911 calls are kept in a similar manner. They're virtual. We maintain those for right now 4 years, but it will go down to 3 years retention next year.
And are the CAD reports and 911 calls kept in the regular course of business?
Absolutely. Every call, 911 or not, gets a CAD report.
I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 1.
It's a nice copy. Yeah, we already have a copy. Go ahead, just hand it back.
Permission to approach it.
You may.
And Mr. Hilley recognize the document listed as State's 1.
Yes, sir.
What is that document?
This is a business record certification, basically saying that the information provided to you is true information, not changed. It's everyday business for us. I have signed and filled it out.
Okay, and you answered my next question. So you had the opportunity to review it, and did you sign
I did.
it? Is it a fair and accurate representation of the document that you signed?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, Judge, State can seek to admit State's 1 into evidence.
Other than the objection previously raised, Mr. Chuong, any objections to State Exhibit 1?
No objection.
State Exhibit 1 is admitted.
Hilley, I'm also going to give you what has been previously marked as States 1A and States 1B.
He's going to generate some lesson down to the steps that he's going to.
So it's been previously marked as States 1A and States 1B.
Yes, sir.
Okay. With respect to States 1A, what is that item that I handed?
This is an audio of the 911 call that was taken. I listened to it and signed the audio earlier.
You got ahead of me too. So
Sorry.
how did you recognize it? Because you had the opportunity to review it.
Correct.
And how do you know that that is the that is the recording that you reviewed?
It has my signature and date.
Okay. With respect to, well, at this time, Judge, State would seek to admit States 1A into the record.
This is just part of number 1?
Yes.
So it's already in?
Yes. And with respect to States 1B, what is that document?
This is the CAD report for the call that was taken.
Okay. And both of those are associated with the 911 call in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at this time, Judge, State would seek to publish States 1A, the 911 call.
And maybe let me just clarify for the record. 1 was the certification, just the piece of paper.
Yes.
Okay, so we do, any objection to 1A and 1B, Mr. Chuong?
You forgot to ask if it was true and accurate?
If that is the objection to authentication, that's overruled. Any other objections?
No other objections.
All right, 1A and 1B is admitted, and permission to publish is granted.
Call first, I guess. I don't know. Okay, shows this statement. You know, came over here to show us a copy of it. What you can do is say, you already have a copy.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
92 Mississippi.
Okay, what's the phone number you're calling from?
Huh?
What's the phone number you're calling from in case you get disconnected?
404 933 0488.
Okay,
No, I need the police.
ma'am, what's going on? Tell me exactly what happened.
My son killed me.
What?
Hurry up. My son killed me.
Your son is killing you.
Yeah. Oh. My husband too. Willingham. My
Okay,
son
ma'am,
got the
can you
knife.
separate yourself from him? Can you get to another room?
He killed my other son too.
Okay, were there any weapons involved?
Yes.
What kind of weapons?
Knife.
Knives? Okay, ma'am, where are the weapons now?
Oh. In my son's hand.
Ma'am, where are the weapons now?
At home.
Where does he
I
have
can
them?
talk. I can talk. Oh.
Okay, can you get into another room?
Can you killed my
Ma'am, can
son?
you get into another room?
No, I can run in. I can hide him.
Where are you at right now?
In the restroom.
In the bathroom?
Yes.
Okay, are you able to get the door locked?
Hurry up. He was chasing my other son. Whoa.
Where's your other son?
He cut my son.
Where's the other son? They're both out there outside the door?
I don't know.
Okay, where's your son that's doing this? Where is he at?
I don't know. I'm in the restroom. Hurry up. I need the police. I need the
Ma'am, the police are on the way. The police are on the way. Where is your son? Ma'am, where is your son? You need to talk to me. You need to tell me, where is your son? Ma'am, what's your name? Ma'am, you need to talk to me. Ma'am, I need to get a description of your son. I need to get a description of your son. How old is he?
What the fuck? Papa!
Ma'am, how old is your son?
18.
18?
20.
Okay, what is his race? Is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian?
Asian.
Okay, what's his name?
Austin Chuong.
It's what?
Austin. I need ambulance car right now. Right now. My husband.
Okay, what about your husband?
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
Yes. This is 911. We have police en route to your location. What's going on there?
Thank you. Nothing. I think Austin, our smallest son is give me a minute. Oh my God.
Okay, you said his name is Austin?
Yeah, I don't
Where is
know.
he
I
at?
think he's not around right now.
Okay, is he the one that had the knife?
He did.
Okay, where did he leave the house?
Yes.
Okay, which way did he go?
I am not leaving the house right now.
No, where did your son go? Which way did he go? Do you know?
He left outside. He ran.
He ran? Okay. What is he wearing? What was he wearing?
Gray t-shirt.
Gray t-shirt and what color pants?
Huh?
What color pants? What kind of pants did he have on?
I could not recall.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry. I'm bleeding out though.
He left the house? Okay. All right, what about the other son? Your wife said something about her other son.
I'm right here.
Is he
I'm
okay?
right here. I'm right here.
That you're the other son? Okay. How old are you?
I'm fine.
You're fine? Okay.
I'm bleeding out though. I'm bleeding out.
Okay, are you able to keep yourself safe?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, let me just confirm. You're at 92 Nathan Circle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We have several police officers en route to that location. I want you to stay in the house. Go ahead and
Yes,
turn on your
ma'am.
porch light and stay in the house and lock your door. If Austin tries to come back in, don't let him in. Keep your door locked, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you said he does not have the knife. He did not have the knife when he left the house?
We have no idea he was out.
Do you think he put the knife down in the house? You're not, are you sure if he has the knife or not? Ma'am? Hello? Are you injured?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, what kind of injuries do you have?
My mom, she has, what's wrong?
Where are you at? What room are you in?
We're in the living room.
You're in the
We're
living
all
room? Okay, what kind of
Me and my
injuries?
mom are fine.
Okay, what kind of injuries does your mother have?
What's wrong? He stabbed me? Wait, mommy, are you okay? Oh, my mom has a, open chest
Okay,
wound.
what's your name?
Eric.
Eric. Okay, calm down, Eric. I can't hear you. Your phone is breaking up. What kind of injury does your mother have?
Open chest cut.
He stabbed her in the chest? Okay.
I wouldn't say stab, but it's an open cut.
It's a cut, like a laceration to the chest?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, we have an ambulance en route to her also. Okay, how old is your mother?
My mom is 57. Yeah, 57.
57? Okay. She's conscious. I know she was talking to me, so she's still conscious and breathing, correct?
No, she's good, yes.
Okay. All right, I need you to get a clean towel. We need to stop the bleeding, okay? Can you go get a clean, dry cloth?
Yes, I'm getting it.
Okay, get your mom to sit down, Eric.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Okay.
Does it have to be wet?
No, you want it dry. It needs to be clean and dry.
Okay, I got it.
If it's a big towel, kind of fold it up, make it thick, and I want you to press it on her chest where she's bleeding and keep holding pressure and do not move it, okay?
Okay.
Get your mom to sit down. Hold that.
She's lying down.
She's lying down. Okay. Hold that towel on her chest where she's bleeding and keep pressing on it till it stops bleeding. Do not lift it up to look at it, okay?
Okay.
If
Got it?
it bleeds through, then you're not holding tight enough and you'll have to get another towel and put on top of that one.
Okay. I have an open forearm wound too.
You're what?
I have an open forearm wound.
Okay, you have a laceration to your forearm?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
How old are you?
I tied it up.
Okay. How old are you, Eric?
I'm 23.
Okay.
Oh,
Can you get a towel and put it on your arm also?
I have. I tied a t-shirt.
喺咪車？你出面嘅車係咪？我先打電手。
No, I don't want to.
你幫我熄咗個火，熄咗個 everything 鎖匙攞俾我，熄咗 everything。快啲！我睇着個車，我想載你。
Eric?
Yes.
Okay, get a towel for your forearm also, okay?
I have.
Hold on. Go to get the car. I will worry.
The car, I'm not going outside.
No,
No, don't go outside,
I will.
stay in the living room.
no. Now go now. 佢會攞鎖匙走嘅。No，我打着個天。
Who is that?
Might be the police. Are the police knocking on the door? Okay, yeah, Eric, they want you to come to the front door. That's the police, okay? Let me know when you're at the front door.
The police are here.
Okay, go ahead and hang up the phone. Talk to them, okay? All right.
Mr. Hilley, was there also a corresponding CAD report that was associated with that 911 call?
Yes.
I'm Judge. Share, publish, states 1V.
It's the next page. Because it's all one exhibit.
Can you see on your monitor the CAD report?
I can.
Okay. Starting with sort of the top half that you can see, what is the listed address for?
The listed address is 92 Nathan Circle.
Okay. And is that in the city of Alpharetta?
Yes.
And is that in Fulton County, Georgia?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a, how do you classify? Is there a case number or incident number that's associated?
You'll see two numbers associated. The CAD number is the event ID,
Okay.
which is going to be 2020-0044159. And then a report number that the officers pulled is 2004-0032 under report number.
Okay. With respect to the report number, does that stay with the case or? Does
Yes, it is specific to this CAD event.
Okay. And are you able to see essentially the sequence of events, like when the call comes in?
Yes, sir. You'll see at the top, it'll say date and time received. So it shows that this came in 0406 of 20 at 4:54 and 06 seconds in the morning. It came in and it was classified as a domestic disturbance, physical, which was priority 2 for us. We used a medical protocol to classify this case to send responders. You'll see the call taker's name or first initial, last name as you go down a little bit more on the page.
And if you could just sort of walk us through the information that we're seeing as we go down the page.
So here you'll see, again, when the call was received at 04:54 and 06 seconds to the time it was routed, meaning we put it in the system and sent it to dispatch. You'll see when the call taker finished that process as well. First dispatch is when we sent officers to initial dispatch. Then route is when the officers went en route. The first arrival is when the first officer responded on scene, and last clear is when the last officer cleared the scene.
And in this particular incident, what were the moving parts? Were there multiple officers that were dispatched?
Yes, sir. There were multiple officers that were dispatched, as well as fire and paramedics were dispatched to this case as well.
Now in the sort of the bottom middle of the page, I see radio log. What is a radio log?
So the radio log dictates everything that's happened over the radio. So when we dispatch, it goes into the radio log. When they clear, go en route, all that's captured under this radio log showing this happened because radio transmission occurred.
So is that sort of internal communications
Yes.
amongst officers?
Yes.
And every time that radio is used, does that get logged in as a communication?
Yes, anytime there was a communication to the dispatcher saying, I'm doing this, it would be classified under this log. If it was an action they're taking, or it would be classified under an event log, which is also in this report, a couple pages down, showing that they said or to add comments or things to that nature.
Okay. The event. It's on page 5. Okay. And just for the purposes of the record, we have moved to page 5. Is that the event log that you were speaking of?
Yes, this is the event log that shows everything from start to finish of the call.
And with respect to your role in this investigation, reviewing the CAD or the CAD report and maintaining the 911 call, is that the full sort of scope of your involvement in this case?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you, Judge. Nothing further.
Any questions, Mr. Chuong?
This is
Yes, you get your counsel.
so you operate 911 calls and you I don't know how to phrase this, but when you were hearing it, you were aware they were speaking a different language, correct? At some point
There
towards the end.
seemed to be a language barrier at some points in the call, yes.
Is it customary for you guys to get translations when the 911 calls are received? Or is that like a thing that detective has to ask for?
We would seek language translations in the event that we couldn't understand what the caller was saying or a need. In this case, we had already sent massive amounts of help to the caller, so there was no need for language translation at that point.
And it sounded to you like they were whispering to each other in the 911 call when you heard it along with us?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I don't know about speculation, but I don't think his opinion would be particularly relevant if the jury can listen to it the same way he can. Maybe you can rephrase the question, Mr. Chuong.
At one point, you heard them whispering to each other, correct?
Could you clarify who was what?
Jenny whispering to Eric and Eric whispering back after they were talking in
I would
English.
also object on grounds of relevance.
All right, overruled. Mr. Chuong, finish the question.
See,
Um,
objection got overruled, so you can ask again.
so they were whispering to each other in the call.
I would say they did have a conversation with each other.
And they were telling each other what to say, you would think.
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
All right, sustained. Next question, Mr. Chuong.
They were talking in a different language that you couldn't understand, correct?
In some parts, yes.
So it would be possible to say if one person were to make someone say something, you wouldn't be able to understand it.
I would object. That is speculation. Hiring this witness to speculate as to motivation for.
The question was just, is it possible for someone to say something in a different language? All right, I think he can answer that question.
It is possible that they were speaking another language that we wouldn't understand what they were saying.
No further questions.
All right. Can this witness be excused, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Hilley.
Thank you.
Unless anyone needs a break, seeing none, state may call its next witness.
State would call Detective DellaPiana.
Gillian DellaPiana, Gillian.
Judge, if we may approach.
You have an objection?
The YouTube that,
Let
Oh.
the judge know.
can we approach and talk to you about it? About the YouTube recording live right now?
Well, on what grounds? I don't know if we need to.
Judge, if I may,
No, you may. You're not counsel of record.
What we're talking about gets recorded on YouTube, and I don't feel that it would.
your accounts, what we're talking this table gets picked up on YouTube.
What we talk about at this table gets picked up on YouTube, and
That can be done.
if that can be turned off so we have privacy instead of being recorded and heard on YouTube, if that makes sense.
Okay, we'll double check to see if the only microphone that's picking up is going to come from any of the microphones in front of you or from the podium. So if you don't want to be heard, just turn off your microphone or keep it away from you. All right, so let's keep going. Ms. Willingham.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I still need to spell my last name. Sorry. Della, capital Piana.
Good morning, Detective DellaPiana.
Good morning.
How are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Alpharetta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
I have been there almost 5 years.
And what's your current role with Alpharetta Police?
I am Alpharetta's crime scene detective.
And how long have you been a crime scene detective?
2 years.
And what was your role before that?
I was a police officer working night shift patrol.
Okay. And how long were you in that role?
A little under 3 years.
So what was your role on April 6th of 2020?
I was working patrol.
Okay. And what were your duties and responsibilities as a patrol officer?
Primarily responding to calls for service.
And are you certified?
I am.
Can you tell the jury what that means?
Post-certification is a certification issued by the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council, which sets the regulations for and requirements for peace officers in the state of Georgia. So being post-certified means that you can be employed as a police officer or law enforcement officer.
And were you post-certified on April 6th of 2020?
Yes, I was.
You stated you were with Alpharetta PD at that time. Did you respond to an incident at 92 Nathan Circle, Alpharetta, Georgia on April 6th of 2020?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall what time?
I saw the call coming in at about 4:54. And
I'm
I'm
sorry. That's a
sorry.
really specific time. How do
Okay.
you recall that time?
So I usually got on 400 to start heading home at 4:55. And so I saw the call drop, read the call notes and responded to the call and arrived at 5.
And you said you read the call notes. What was the nature of the call?
It was initially dispatched as a domestic dispute. But when I read the call notes and saw the information that was put in the call notes, that was when I realized that it was more than just a domestic dispute and I needed to respond immediately.
Okay, and do you know about how long it took you to get to that address from where you were?
6 minutes.
And once you got on scene, what did you find?
So when we initially arrived on scene, I arrived on scene with another officer. There was a vehicle that was in the driveway. It was running, the headlights were on, the door was open. So we did a quick sweep of the front yard, the kind of open garage area to make sure there was no one in the area. And then we went to the front door. I looked in the window, didn't see anybody. So we knocked on the door and then I saw a young man approaching the door.
And you mentioned you saw a young man approaching the door. Did you determine who that young man was?
At the time, I didn't know who he was. He's a young Asian male, and he was later identified as Eric.
And what did he look like when you gave a description of him generally? What was his physical appearance that night when you saw him at the door?
Okay, he did not have a shirt on. He had blood on his chest, his arms, his head, and he was clutching a rag on his arm.
And you mentioned you were able to see him through the door at that point. Were you ever able to go into the location?
Yes, we followed him into the residence when he asked us to come in.
And was there anybody else in the home?
Yes.
Who else was in the home?
So when we first came into the home, we observed a woman who was seated on the floor of the kitchen. And a few minutes later, we saw a man on the floor in the back room, but we didn't initially see him when we first came into the residence.
Okay, let's start with the woman you saw.
Okay.
Were you able to identify who that was?
Yes, she was the mother, Jenny Phang.
And how did she appear?
So she was seated on the floor of the kitchen. She was clutching a rag to her chest, and she seemed like fairly disoriented and kind of out of it.
She was clutching a rag to her chest. Were you able to determine why she was clutching that rag to her chest?
She was injured. She had been stabbed.
Okay. And you also mentioned there was another person in the home. How far was that person from Jenny?
A few feet, but she was in the kitchen and there was a doorway into like a back room where the back door was and like a shoe rack and stuff like that. And so he was kind of around the corner. So, I mean, maybe 6 feet.
And did you go and try and aid that person as well?
Yes.
And what did you discover?
So when I approached him, I saw that he was laying on the ground, kind of propped up against the shoe rack. His mouth was open. He was also covered in blood. There was a large pool of blood next to him, and he was unresponsive. When I tried to get a pulse, I was unable to locate one.
And did you determine who that person was, or was that something that was done later in the investigation?
So he was, at the time, trying to remember, when I first saw him, and I commented that he was there, I don't remember, I think the son who was there said, that's my dad, or something along those lines.
And did you ever learn that person's name?
I don't recall.
Right, exactly.
We have an unmuted participant on the Zoom call. Ms. Willingham.
Are you familiar with body worn cameras?
Yes.
And does Alpharetta use them?
Yes, we do.
And were you guys using them back in April or on April 6th of 2020?
Yes.
And what type of body camera did Alpharetta use at that time?
We used body-worn body cameras, and I think the company is called Utility now.
Okay, and do you know the format or form of recording it used?
I know it's a digital recording. I'm not sure what the storage format is.
Okay. Had you received at that time, had you received any training on operating the body camera?
Yes, we were showed how to operate it when we were issued the body cameras.
Okay. And you mentioned when you were issued the body camera, when were you issued that?
When I was hired.
Okay. And how often did you use your camera?
Whenever I was on shift and responding to a call for service or interacting with the public in a law enforcement capacity.
And how did you wear it?
It's mounted in a clip inside of our uniforms, and there's a lens, like a glass or plastic hole where the lens fuse out through the uniform.
And how did you turn it on?
It turns on and off like a phone.
And were you required to wear it during the entirety of your shift?
Yes, our policy is that it has to be on a recording anytime that we're interacting with the public in a law enforcement capacity.
And what prompts the camera to start recording?
There's a couple different ways. If you're running code or with lights and sirens and you open your door to exit the vehicle, it cuts on automatically. If you are laying flat on the ground for an extended amount of time, it will cut on automatically. But this particular night, I activated it with my Bluetooth remote.
Okay, and do the recordings contain a date and time stamp?
Yes, they do.
And how did the cameras turn off? You mentioned something about Bluetooth.
Yes, there's a like a remote control. I kept mine on my duty belt, and you can use it to turn the recording on and off. It could also be turned off on the actual body camera itself.
And do the cameras have sound?
Yes.
And does the sound automatically begin when the camera is turned on?
On the body cameras, yes.
And how do you cut it off?
There's a button on the remote control that allows you to mute and unmute sound.
And how is the recording stored while you're wearing the camera?
I'm not sure exactly how it's stored when it's like when I'm wearing it, but I know it's like a cloud-based storage system.
And can the recording be edited or deleted while you're wearing it?
No.
Were there safeguards to prevent from tampering with the recording while you're wearing the camera?
Yes, I'm not able to access like the actual like storage aspect of it. I can only like classify the video itself after it's been uploaded.
And at the end of your shifts, did you save or store the recording in any way?
Yeah, so it would automatically upload into the cloud system, and then I was required to go in and classify the video on the website.
And how often did you do that?
Usually right at the end of shift.
And how often is the video preserved?
So depending on the call for service, the retention policy varies. Is that? Yeah, so.
And you said it varies based on the call for service. So in a case like this, how long would that be preserved?
This particular one was marked for indefinite retention.
And can the recording be viewed at a later date?
Yes.
And do you know what the procedure for review is? Or was at that time?
So to review it, I would log into the Avail web system, which is the website, and I could review my personal body cam footage on that website. And I would typically do that when I write my report.
And the camera you were wearing that night, was it in proper working condition?
Yes.
And what steps did you take to ensure the camera was in working condition?
When I turned it on at the beginning of my shift, I would activate it and then deactivate it to ensure that it was in proper working condition. And since this incident occurred at the very end of my shift, I'd used it multiple times throughout the night.
Okay. And on April 6, 2020, was your interaction with the parties captured by your body cam?
Yes.
And when did it begin to record?
When I arrived on scene at 5.
And does audio and visual start recording at that same time?
Yes.
And how was the camera activated?
With my Bluetooth remote.
How long did the camera record, do you know?
It was right around an hour.
And how was the recording stopped?
With my Bluetooth remote.
And was the recording subsequently downloaded or removed from your body camera?
Yes, it was uploaded into the system automatically.
And prior to it being removed, did you or anyone else, to your knowledge, tamper with or attempt to tamper with the recording?
No.
And I think you mentioned earlier, but when was the recording downloaded or removed?
At the end of the shift.
And was it marked in any way for later identification?
Yes.
And I want to go back to, you mentioned you cut it on that night with your Bluetooth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you mentioned also that you cut your sound on the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall whether or not your sound played the entire shift?
It did not.
And can you explain a little bit why that was?
So, like I mentioned, there's a button on the Bluetooth remote that allows you to mute the sound, and it's typically used for like tactical purposes. This particular incident, when I knelt down to render first aid to the man in the back room, because my remote control was on my belt, I accidentally hit that button and it muted the sound. So the first I think about 7 minutes of the video, there is sound, but for the remainder, there is no sound. However, the remainder of that video is just rendering first aid, clearing the residence, and then doing a crime scene log. So there's not really any applicable dialogue in that portion.
Yeah. I'm sorry, permission to approach.
You're a witness, you don't have to ask for permission.
I'm handing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 16. Have you had an opportunity to review the recording prior to testifying today?
Yes, I did.
And what is it?
This is a DVD recording of my body cam footage from the evening, or that
And-
morning.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
How do you know that?
I've signed it.
And is the recording a fair and accurate representation of the actual events you observed on that date and time?
Yes.
And has it been altered or edited in any way?
No.
Your Honor, State would tender State's Exhibit 16.
Any objection to State's Exhibit 16? Mr. Chuong. State's Exhibit 16 is admitted without objection.
Permission to publish?
Are you publishing just for kind of logistical purposes? Is this the full hour?
No, Judge, it's not gonna be the full hour. It'll actually probably just be the first couple of minutes just to show the scene.
All right, if you could just note for the record the time markers that you do end up publishing.
Yes.
You may proceed.
Okay, Your Honor, for the record, the state is beginning at 9 seconds. Not up there. I think you have to open it and then share it once it's opened. So you probably have to stop sharing.
Let's try it again.
No, but now click it.
While the state's working on that, members of the jury, I did want to, as a side note, just explain, since I didn't mention this in my preliminary remarks, and it was brought up by one of the parties, that in Georgia, the public has a right to an open courtroom. And in kind of keeping with that spirit, myself and I know at least one of the other judges in the building maintain we utilize a YouTube page that is maintained by Fulton County, where we live stream all the trials or other motion hearings we have. We try to take extra care to make sure that jury members are never depicted on it. And so that anyone who wants to watch a trial, they can, and they can watch it in real time. The one thing I want to make sure I emphasize here is that the recording counts as information from outside this room. Okay, so if you go home, you're not to access or try to look for this YouTube recording at any point, or try to access it during your deliberations, because that's not an official part of the record. That's solely for members of the public, not for the jury. Does that make sense? All right. Thank you all.
Once you share it, it marks. Now we can share it. Mine too.
Can everyone see the TV screen? Do we need to angle it at all? Ms. Willingham, I think you might want to adjust that slightly. Yeah, I know. Boyd's on it. I know.
Please hold on, emergency traffic. No one. And is that your voice?
Yes.
I'm going to stop.
The boy is covered in blood.
What happened?
Ms. Willingham, you can pause. This is the time marker, what, for the record?
This is time marker 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
All right, what's your objection, Mr. Chuong?
I objected in anticipation of Eric talking or Eric starting to talk, and that would be hearsay.
All right, Ms. Willingham, hearsay objection.
Judge, it would be an excited utterance.
Can you proffer as to the nature, general nature of the statements that are made in terms of their context and?
They're directing officers to where they are, where people are in the home. Just really generally directing the officers to where they need to go.
All right, Mr. Chuong, anything else?
Talk about that when Eric and Jenny are called as witness, but not now because I'm not being evident across. That's a violation of that.
All right, I'll overrule that objection. It's, I find it would be non-testimonial based on the context, so not in violation of confrontation clause and subject to hearsay objections for Excited utterance. Objections overruled. Ms. Willingham, you can continue to publish.
And Judge, we are picking back up at 3 minutes and 6 seconds. Well, it says 7 now, but that's precise.
No, where is he?
He left. Who did this? Youngest son. Okay, where's he at? He ran. Yeah.
On the same grounds. All right. Overruled.
Step it up. We're gonna have 2 patients with serious trauma.
Where did he go?
He ran. He's not
Out of the house?
Yes,
What, do you know which direction he went?
I do not. Can one of y'all come to see if the car left or not? No, the car's still out there. All 3. Okay.
Can we go to
He's still on foot. The car's running, but unoccupied.
Can
We got somebody outside with the car.
Can you go to the stop there and get the car? I worry about my son used to come.
He's not in the car.
What's he look like?
How tall?
Taller than me, longer hair.
Skinny.
Skinny.
No. Can we go to?
No.
Affirmative.
Right now, we're trying to make sure that everything's okay. You can wait in here. Your car is not going anywhere.
No. I don't want him to crack the car run away.
He's not going to.
No.
Whiskey 294. They need 2 signal cords out here.
My son go to hospital. I start the car. I want to go out.
Oh my God.
That's why I need.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God. We've got a second
That's
person.
my dad.
Oh my God.
Get the
I
key.
would come along. 294. We got it third.
Sir? Hello? Hello? Sir? Sir? Sir?
Everybody else in the house?
Hello?
Sir,
Sir.
can you hear us?
Who is this son that we're looking for?
You don't feel one?
It's a little.
I'm not feeling it.
I'm not either. We're not getting a pulse over
We don't
here.
have a pulse.
You want to check? Because we're not getting one. I'm not getting one in the arm, and she's not getting one in the neck. Yeah, right. It's a little slower. Let me see if I can get
Who's out? Who's over there?
it.
Where's outside?
Nobody. Let me see if I can get it.
I locked the door.
Right, put all this stuff behind. I'm just gonna pull him back towards me.
Yeah.
Is there a light out here?
Can you get pressure on her?
You gotta lay on your side. If you lay on your back, you're causing more distress to yourself. Lay on your side.
Hey, in my bag right there, I've got some 4x4 pads. Yeah, that's mine.
Stopping at 7 minutes and 6 seconds. And Detective DellaPiana, did you have any other involvement in this case?
We continued rendering first aid. I'm sorry, well, yes.
Okay, and what was that?
We continued rendering first aid to the injured parties. And then once they were removed from the residence, I assisted in doing a sweep of the residence to make sure there was no one else in the residence. And then I began the crime scene log documenting everyone that came in and out of the scene.
Nothing further.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Chuong?
Can I have 5 minutes?
All right, let's take a break. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. All right, thank you, Deputy Scott. We're back on the record. Mr. Chuong, do you have any questions for this witness?
Could you go back to the video so I can remember? Could you?
You know where you want.
I can only tell you what she was doing. I don't know the exact time. It's when she was walking in and saw Eric.
Ms. Willingham, if you could make your best effort. All right, and Mr. Chuong, remember when you are speaking into the record, what you're doing now is that we are going to need that microphone on, and it's going to be where we need to hear you.
Sorry. When you were, when you saw Eric, did he at all look worried about his dad? I mean, he looked calm, didn't he?
People respond to trauma in different ways. I can't attest to his emotions.
He didn't try to help my dad in any way? Did you see when you were on the scene? Did he try to assist him or anything?
When I was there, no.
Did Jenny?
No.
Can you play the video so we can see it again? I can see it again. Also, I have another question. You saw pools of blood on the scene, and Eric was covered in blood as well.
Yes.
Were there any footprints at all that you saw in the house?
I don't recall.
No, where is he?
He left. Who did this? Youngest son. Okay, where's he at? He ran. Yeah. No, negative. We need EMS to step it up. We're gonna have 2 patients with serious trauma.
Where did he go?
He ran. He's not
Out of the house?
Yes,
Do you know which direction he went?
I do not. Can one of y'all come to see if the car left or not? No,
the car's
He's not even talking about my dad right now. He's not even worried about him. I mean,
Objection. Your
Based
Honor,
on?
that's speculation as to what he's talking about.
All right, that's sustained. Mr. Chuong, next question.
what was Jenny doing in the house at this time? Or during the duration? Was she just sitting on the floor?
She was sitting on the floor of the kitchen, clutching a rag to her chest.
I know you can say, or I know you said you can't attest to their feelings, but she seemed calm at that point.
Objection, speculation.
The witness was present. She can offer her opinions on that if she has any.
She seemed
Play the video for reference if you'd like. Or could you play the video?
He's still on foot. The car is running, but unoccupied. You guys will be outside of the car.
Can you go to the stop the and get the car? I worry about my son used to have.
He's not in the car.
What's he look like?
How tall?
Taller than me, longer hair.
Skinny.
Skinny.
Skinny? No. Can you go to?
No. Right now, we're trying to make sure that everything's okay. You can wait in here. Your car is not going anywhere.
No, I don't want cracked the car, run away.
He's not going to.
No.
Whiskey 294, they
because
need
I
two
tried
signal
to
boards out here.
take my son go to hospital. I start the car. I want to go out.
Oh my God.
That's why I need.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my God. We've got a second person.
my dad.
You can pause the video.
Oh my God.
Get the
I
key.
was cut one. 294, we got a third.
Sir, hello?
She doesn't make no mention of my father until you guys, or I don't say you guys, but who was with you at the time? What officer was it?
Officer Swerdlove.
When Officer Swertlove and I forgot your name as well. I'm sorry.
Is Detective DellaPiana.
Filipino. She doesn't make no mention of my father until you notice him, correct?
Yes.
All right, no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Oh, I do have two questions. Did you canvass the house after that or no? Like, was the knife was found in the bathroom? Did you see it in there?
No, I
Didn't do a
didn't.
search of the house?
We did a quick search of the house to verify that there was no one else, that I was not involved in the search for evidence.
When did your time at the house end, if I'm wording that correctly? Like, when did you leave?
I think I was there about 40 minutes.
What did you all do?
So, like I mentioned earlier, after I continued to render first aid to the injured parties, assisted in EMS and getting them out of the residence and into the ambulance to go to the hospital. And then I did a quick sweep of the remaining rooms that we hadn't cleared to make sure that there was no one hiding in the residence. And then I started a crime scene log, which is used to document who comes in and out of the scene.
And you said you didn't find or didn't see the knife in Eric's restroom?
No, I was not looking for a weapon at the time.
Questions, ma'am? Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just a couple. Detective DellaPiana, you were asked whether or not Eric or Jenny informed you of where Jenny's husband, Eric's father, was. Did they appear to be injured to you?
Yes, they were both seriously injured.
And where was Jenny's injury at?
She was stabbed in the chest and was having difficulty breathing.
Okay, and you also were asked about some further investigation in the home. Were you the only officer on scene?
No, I was not.
Were you a crime scene tech at that time?
No.
Does Alpharetta have a crime scene tech that was called out that night?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any recross on those points only, Mr. Chuong? All right, can this witness be excused, Ms. Willingham?
Yes.
Thank you, Detective. I think we have time to at least start next witness. So state may call us the next witness.
The state calls Sergeant David Freeman.
Would you please state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Sure. My name is David Freeman, DavidFreeman.
I think it's morning still. Good morning, or Detective Freeman. How are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the City of Alpharetta Police Department.
And what's your current role for the PD?
Currently, I'm the lieutenant over the training division
And how long have you been in that role?
since August of last year.
What was your previous role?
I was a patrol lieutenant before that
How long were you in that role?
for approximately 6 months and in that role as a patrol.
What was your role on April 6th of 2020?
I was the patrol supervisor, the sergeant on duty for our squad that night.
And what were your duties and responsibilities?
At that time, the patrol sergeant is responsible for daily maintaining the shift manpower. We also approve reports. We go out on calls. We manage our shifts, call volume, things of that nature.
And are you post certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you post-certified on April 6th of 2020?
Yes.
And on April 6th of 2020, did you respond to an incident at 92 Nathan Circle, Alpharetta, Georgia?
Yes.
And you recall what time that was?
It was just before 5 in the morning.
And is Alpharetta located in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
And what was the nature of the call?
The call we got originally was I believe it came out as a domestic dispute, but it escalated quickly based on the notes that we saw on our CAD system.
And when you arrived on scene, what did you encounter?
So when I arrived on scene, there were a couple other officers that had already gotten on scene. One of the officers that had been on scene had asked EMS to expedite due to the natures of injuries. So I grabbed a medic bag and ran inside to help render aid and maintain the scene.
Is that what you did for the duration of your time at the home?
No, ma'am. I initially rendered aid the best I could until EMS got there. And then afterwards, I went to, we did a quick check of the residence to make sure as a safety sweep like we normally do. And then I went with, I located some blood on the back porch. Okay.
Just for a second, we'll get right back to that. But you mentioned you rendered aid. Who did you render aid to?
So initially when I got on scene, I saw two individuals that were bleeding pretty bad and had large cuts visible. And one of the officers that was on scene directed me to the gentleman that was in the side room, and he was slumped over, and so with a large amount of blood pooling in front of him. But so I tried to render aid to him based on the level of care. I could not get a pulse on him at all. And based on triage protocols, I realized the mom needed care. And so I went from working on the father over to working on the mother. And she had a large chest wound. And we did not have a chest seal at the time. And so we grabbed some saran wrap to create an improvised chest seal. So because she was not able to breathe very well at that point. So I put saran wrap over the chest wound and burped it a little bit like as protocol in order to alleviate some of the pressure on her chest. And she was able to start breathing. It was labored, but she could still start breathing again. And at that point, then EMS arrived on scene, and I turned all that care over to EMS personnel that got on scene.
Now going, you mentioned that there were some blood drops that you saw when you went out. So let's start back there.
So again, after we made sure that the interior of the residence was secure, I went outside and started doing a check of the exterior of the building to see if, because the information we knew at the time was that the suspect had fled the scene. And so went outside just to make sure nobody was coming back. And in doing so, when I got on the back porch, I located some blood droplets on the back porch. And so when had requested canine from another jurisdiction, and Johns Creek Canine arrived on scene, I informed the canine officer just at the approximate location of where I had seen the blood and a possible direction. And so they had their dog start a canine track at that point.
Did you follow that pursuit with the canine?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were you all able to locate anything?
Yes, ma'am. The canine, we tracked a little bit into the wood line directly behind where the residence was. And in doing so, we located the suspect in the wood line.
And you mentioned you located the suspect. Do you see that person in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury the item of clothing he has on?
It would be at the table adjacent to yours in a black suit.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And once you located him, did you have any other involvement in the case?
I secured the suspect and carried him out of the wood line, and then he was complaining about his hand hurting, and so we asked for EMS to come to the scene to render aid to him.
And he was complaining about his hand hurting. Was there something wrong with it?
The hand appeared to have been cut.
Okay, and you say it appears to have been cut. You could see that cut?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he appear to have any other injuries?
Not that I really noticed at that time.
Nothing further.
In cross-examination, Mr. Chuong.
When you found Austin or me in the backyard, did you yell anything to him or about what you thought you saw in his possession?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
I have it that you yelled knife, knife.
Objection.
It needs to be in the form of a question, Mr. Chuong.
Day that you saw anything on Austin when you found him on scene.
What initially, when I located you, was to show me your hands because I could not see your hands. Your hands were between your legs. And so we were approaching you to take you into custody. Eventually saw nothing in your hands. When I said knife, that was somebody else had said they do not see a knife. What I had heard was knife. And so I was, as protocol, if somebody sees a weapon, we echo that to let everybody else know. And as soon as that was said, knife, somebody said, no, I didn't see a knife. I was asking if we saw one. That said, okay, no knife. Not that I observed, no.
How was he positioned when you found him? You said, I had my hands between my legs. Like what?
You were laying on your side with your hands and you were not responding to commands to show me your hands.
So in like a fetal position or curled up, you'd say?
On your side.
And you said I had lacerations to my hands. Can you explain it more clearly?
To the best of my recollection, you had lacerations to the bottom of where your fingers would have approximately attached to the palm of your hand.
What was I wearing at the time?
You were not wearing, to the best of my recollection, you were not wearing a shirt, but you had on a pair of pants.
And how did you transport Austin to the street? I guess that's the question. How did you transport Austin to the street? Did he stand up?
We had to carry Austin from that location out through the woods. Myself and one other officer carried you out of the wood line.
How did you carry him?
I was at your feet and another officer had you by the hands.
Ask me if I wanted to stand and walk?
We tried to get you up and there was no compliance. And based on the severity of it, we had handcuffed your hands and we handcuffed your feet temporarily so where you would not kick and resist. on the way to transport you out to the roads.
Did I kick and resist at all when you were transporting me?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was I aggressive when you transported me?
Non-compliant.
Non-compliant, but that's not aggressive. Nope, or yes or no, you didn't state, you just.
You can
No,
respond verbally.
I'm
for the
sorry.
record.
No, you were not aggressive, but you were not compliant. So for the officer's safety and for our safety, we wanted to eliminate the possibility of you becoming aggressive. So that's why we temporarily detained you so we could move you.
How much, or, how much would you say Austin weighed at that time by your just speculation, or not speculation?
I couldn't say.
Under 100 or under?
Your Honor, objection.
I'll let him try to ballpark it if he wants to, if the witness is capable of it.
I can show you a picture of it.
Less than 200. I mean, if you want me to ballpark, I can't say for a fact how much you weighed. But going through heavy woods, the wood lines, it was not easy to manage. So that's why it required 2 officers.
Do I look like the same size as I did back then?
You're not dressed the same way.
But, I mean, I can take off my coat if you want.
Objection, Your Honor. This argumentative.
Not yet. Mr. Chuong, you can ask a question.
200 seems like a large ballpark, and I don't think you're being very.
Well, that's not a question, Mr. Chuong. Let's ask a question.
So if I take off my jacket, will you have a better estimate of how much I weighed back then?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that question?
If I stood right here, you would still say I'm 200 pounds?
No, sir, I never said you were 200 pounds.
Under 200.
Correct.
You wouldn't say I'm around 100 pounds?
I would not say you were 100 pounds. No, sir.
Do you think a person of that size could have been, would constitute or would you in any way a threat to you?
Based on the severity of the call, based on all my training knowledge and experience at that time, size was, your weight was not the factor in why you were detained and why we carried you and restricted your movement out of the wood line.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
Nothing for this witness.
All right, can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, and State may call us next witness.
Qualifying to the testimony, you should be up to the floor and be the truth. This will help you.
I do.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the court.
Christopher, Chris, Topher. Last name is Free, Free.
You can lower your hand, sir.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. And Christopher Free, what's your role?
My role currently, I am one of the training coordinators for the Alpharetta Police Department.
Okay, and how long have you been in that role?
3 years. My previous role to that, though, was I was a crimes against persons detective in crime scene for 16 years.
Okay, and as a crime scene tech, what were your duties and assignments?
Document and collect evidence on crime scenes.
And was that your role on April 6th of 2020?
It was.
And what type of crime scenes do you normally respond to?
It depends on mostly death scenes. It could be anything from when I was still doing it. It could be anything from a burglary to a death investigation.
Okay, and in your career, how many, well, let's break down death scenes. What do you mean by death scene?
Death scenes could be anywhere from a suicide to self-imposed death to an actual physical murder. It could be a death by natural causes, but we treat everything as a homicide until it's ruled otherwise.
Okay, and how many death scenes overall do you think you've responded to in your career?
In 16 years as a detective, it's countless. I couldn't tell you. It's well over 75.
And of that, do you know about a ballpark of how many homicides?
With homicides, it's kind of a tricky question because I didn't just respond to homicides for the Alpharetta Police Department. I was also one of the original members of the North Fulton Crime Scene Task Force. So I worked homicides, South Fulton. I've done crime scene reconstructions for the DA's office. I've also worked homicides in Johns Creek, Sandy Springs, and various other jurisdictions.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
I am.
Okay, and were you post-certified on April 6, 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recall responding to a crime scene located at 92 Nathan Circle, Alpharetta, Georgia? on
Yes,
April
ma'am.
6th?
I do.
Okay, and is that in Fulton County?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And
It's a house.
why did you respond to that location?
I was, the detective division contacted me and asked me to come out and process a scene on a stabbing that had taken place.
Okay, and do you recall taking photos?
I did, ma'am.
Is that something you always do when you go to a crime scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and have you had a chance to review the photos you took?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
Okay, I am handing you what has been pre-marked as State's Exhibits 17 through 124.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you, just tell us generally what those are?
These are going to be the overall and the crime scene photos that I took while I was at Nathan Circle.
Okay, and, you've had an opportunity to review them before today?
Yes, ma'am, I have.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the scene you saw that day?
Yes, ma'am, they do.
Okay, the state will move to admit State's Exhibits 17 through 124.
Any objection to 17 through 124? Exhibits 17 through 124 are tendered and admitted without objection. Feel free to publish as desired.
Okay, let's start with, exhibits 17 through 33.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Detective Freed, let me know if you can't hear me. I'm gonna kind of stay back here so I can navigate the photos, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so starting with photo 17 through 33. Have you had an opportunity to just kind of sift
I
through
haven't
those?
yet.
Okay, can you tell us what those are, what that group of photos reflects and why you took those pictures?
Yes, ma'am. These are the overall scene that dictates the outside of the residence. So when we arrive at a scene, what we'll start doing is we start from the outside of the residence and work our way in on any crime scene. What you don't want to do is run to wherever the ooh and the ah is. You'll miss something. So we document the overall crime scene before we move in to anything additional. That way we can go back, and if we have something that seems a little bit different in the photos, or we get additional information later, then we may have it documented.
Okay, and you mentioned these are overall photos, so I'll just kind of go through them a little quickly, since they're just overall. And you tell me if there's anything that you need to point out that I need to stop on. Right now, it looks like, what are we looking at here? I don't know if they're on that screen in front of you, but I
They
know they're
are.
behind you also.
So the first photo we have is just the,
Hold on just 1 second, Ms. Willingham and Mr. Holmes, double check to make sure your computers are muted to reduce any echo.
I'm muted.
Muted on your end.
Or I'm sorry, I just wanted to kind of,
Yeah. The witness stand needs to be muted as well. That's something they'll have to do in the back. There we go. Okay, Ms. Willingham, you can proceed.
Okay, and I'm sorry, what were you saying about this photo?
This photo is just the front of the residence
Okay,
as it was found when I arrived.
okay. And do you recall about what time you arrived on scene?
I do not.
Was it daylight or?
It was daylight. It was probably in the morning hours because I remember there being dew on the grass.
Okay. And what am I looking at here?
That is going to be the side of the house to the right of the front.
Okay. And these are more photos of just kind of the overall area?
It is, but I think there's one in here that may note something kind of crucial, a pathway. I can't remember if it's in with the other photos that we went through or not, but the area here where we see on the left where there is a tower, that's the area on the other side of that tower where the defendant had gone over the fence and into the woods.
Okay, and the
Where he was
screen isn't
recovered.
wide enough, so I'm gonna kind of move around so you can tell us where you're talking about that
Okay.
tower is.
It may be better observed in another photograph, but it's going to be on the left side of this tower structure here.
Okay,
Okay, to the left side, the dark wooded area, if you'll see there's some lighter leaves above that here. Just below here was the path he took over the fence into the woods.
and you say that's the path he took. How do you know that?
There was blood evidence on the pathway outside, which will be in some additional photos.
Okay.
The deck, he was bleeding and he bled from the deck onto the pavers, and then there was dew on the grass. So as he went out, you could see some prints and went out through the dew in the grass, and then there was additional blood evidence found on the fence as he crossed. There was blood on the leaves in the area where he was in the woods, and then the actual spot he was at in the woods where he was located.
Okay, and this is a photo of what part of the house?
This is going to be the left side of the house next to the garage. And in that photograph here, just to the left, to the right of that.
You want me to go up?
Into the brother's bedroom. But this is the deck that goes around and wraps around the back of the house and back of the garage.
Okay. Okay, and this photo.
I believe that is Austin's car.
Okay. All right, and moving on to photos 34 through 36. Can you kind of look through those for me? What area you're about to walk us through now?
Yes, ma'am. 34 through 36?
34 through 60, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
60.
Through 60, okay.
And if, as you're sifting through, if there's another spot that you'd rather break in, let me know that.
No, I think it's fine where it's at, ma'am. I think we're good, ma'am.
Okay, and generally speaking, what area is this next group of photos gonna be?
It's going to be the main part of the crime scene, starting with the outside deck, working inward.
Okay, so starting here at exhibit number 34.
Okay.
What are we looking at here?
This is the back deck for the house. This is the area of the deck that goes into the garage that you saw on the front of the house from the photo. This is the back door from the house. And what we'll see in photos is there's actually a blood trail that comes out this deck area, goes over to the left, and it comes back around, comes down this, and there's a step down to a paver sidewalk. And the blood trail continues out to there, to where I told you we went through the grass and went over the fence.
Okay. And is this more of that same area you were just describing?
It is.
Okay, and now this area, it looks like it might be in a similar place.
Well, scroll down any further. It is. Okay, this is just showing the area here where the sidewalk starts to go down towards the grass area, back towards the fort.
Okay. And moving here, what are we looking at here in this photo?
This is some of the blood trail. So these dots in red are actually droplets of blood. And these droplets of blood are showing not a lot of motion. So no one's running. What happens with blood is when it falls and it hits, it creates a puddle. If it's falling at a 90-degree angle, it'll create just kind of a puddle around. If it's hitting at an angle, it elongates into an elongated droplet. So this is actually showing a lack of much movement. So whoever this is walking or walking slow. Here. So blood droplets there and here and here. And this is that pathway between the garage and the back deck.
Okay, and moving into this next photo, it looks a little bit different. Is this the same area?
This is where we're stepping down from the back deck area, from the garage area onto the stone paver area. And there's some blood droplets here and then some small ones on the actual paver area.
Okay.
Just showing a direction.
Okay. And is that paver area you were talking about earlier?
It is to the right.
Okay. And looks like we might still be in the same area. Is this a photo with a different angle?
It is. This is just showing additional blood droplets here as they continue to trail out towards the paver area.
Okay. And looking at this next photo, what are we looking at here?
We're looking at a finger swipe or a transfer mark, which is basically somebody's hand is soaked with blood and they've reached over and touched another object. So we have a transfer stain, which is what this is. And this is somebody reaching in from the inside of the door out. And if you'll notice here, there's actually blood droplets on the inside of the screen. If you can scroll that up just a little bit.
Okay. No, the other way.
The other way.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, down. See that on the inside of the door, which indicates somebody came from the inside out. So he didn't access, if you look at the door handle, there's no blood on the door handle. So whoever this was didn't access the house from the back door going in. This is somebody leaving the residence.
And is this that same door?
It is. There's just another angle.
And what are we looking at in this picture? It looks like there's a
It's just
ruler in it.
documentation, further documentation of the transfer evidence that was on the door.
And is it, as a crime scene tech, is it normal for you all to use a ruler or something of that nature?
It is to come back and document. If we need the length or size of something, then we'll come back and do some documentation. And as we get into this, we'll talk about some of the other principles of blood spatter in a little while, such as cast off, which is generally happens in a stabbing or with a blunt object.
All right. And are we still out here on this same patio?
We are. This is just an additional documentation of the blood droplets. So generally, we document any evidence. We'll document it with a long-range overall photograph, kind of give you an idea of where that blood evidence is at, and then we kind of move in and give you closer overall shots of what we're looking at so you can identify it.
Okay. And I see there's another ruler in this one. That's just more documentation.
It's just documentation and show the additional area where the blood droplets are at.
Okay, and this area does look just a little bit different than the one. It looks like it's in the same area of the home, but maybe a different part of that deck.
It is. This is the deck off of the pathway. There's a bench that goes around the outside of it here, and there's a little smoking area that you'll see coming up in a few moments.
And is this more documentation
It
of
is.
that
It's just
area?
documentation showing the blood drop from an angle and from a certain height. So what this does dictate to us is that the individual his hand was at least this high when he made that blood droplet. Because if you look, the blood droplet itself is going in a 90-degree angle. So we had to be standing up higher than wherever this was.
And this looks like that same area without the ruler, maybe?
It is.
Okay, and where are we moving to now?
This is just an overall shot of the deck. Again, we can start to see if the photo will pull over a little bit and come down. So you can't see it real well here, but there's blood droplets that lead across from this back door into the smoking area over here. If you could drop the photo down just a little bit. Come on down. This is the smoking area, and we'll have another photo that shows us, depicts this a little better in a moment. If you look, there's blood droplets in and around the smoking area here.
And do you know what it looks like? Are we in that? Is this a better picture of that smoking
It
area
is.
you were just describing?
It is, and if we'll look at it, you'll see a lot of blood droplets here on the smoking tower. There's a lighter here, and then there's a lot of blood droplets around this area. So anytime you have blood pooling or you have several blood droplets in one area, that indicates time. It tells you somebody stayed there for, that's the only way it can occur, is if I stand there for a period of time before I move on.
And during the course of your work as the crime scene tech on this case, I see you focused on this smoking area because of the blood droplets. Was there anything located in that area?
There was, the lighter is here. We'll get into another photo in a moment, but the pack of cigarettes was actually located where he was found in the wood line.
Okay. And you mentioned a pack of cigarettes. Did you collect that?
I did.
Oh, that far. Okay. Looking at this photo, is this a different angle of that same area?
It is, and it's showing the concentration of that area with, if you notice, for the photos we were looking at earlier, you saw sporadic blood droplets here and there. Here we have more concentration in this area, which, like I said, again, indicates we spent a lot of time in this area before we moved on.
And it looks like this is the same area?
It is.
And it looks like this might be a closer photo of that,
The smoking tower.
yes.
If you'll notice, there's blood droplets leading from the top of that down to the bottom and on the bench in this area, which indicates somebody spent a period of time here. There's a lighter up above it, and then, like I said, the pack of cigarettes that was located out in the woods. This occurs after the incident occurred. So whoever this was, if we'll look at the blood, you'll notice it's round drops. We're not taking a lot of time. We're not in a hurry. We stopped, I guess, to have a cigarette.
Okay, and this looks like that same bench area?
It does.
Okay.
That's just the bottom of the bench.
And this area is starting to look a little different. Where are we moving to now?
So this is as we came off of the walkway from the garage. This is actually the pavers. And if you look, there's smaller droplets, but they're heading out in a certain direction.
And is this a close-up of those droplets you
It
were
is.
showing us?
And if you'll notice these droplets, some of them are elongated a little bit. It's the type of surface that they're on currently is absorbent, so they won't show a real elongated pattern because they absorb. But if you notice, these are a little longer than the circle ones we saw earlier. So now we're starting to see a little bit of motion.
And the last one of that group, is this that same area just with a marker?
It is.
Okay. And now let's take a look at photos 61, I'm sorry, exhibits 61 through 68. And can you generally tell us what area you're gonna walk us through in these photos?
Absolutely. So this is going to be the area where Austin was located once they came out and tracked him with a canine.
Okay.
This is just over the fence in the backyard and a ivy patch.
And you say just over the fence. What are we looking at in this photo?
In this photo, this is the fence that Austin crossed. When I told you about the tower in the backyard and the little wooded area, there's a chain link fence that you can't see just beyond that. So there's, I think it's cypress trees, and just on the other side of the cypress trees is where this fence is located. So there's blood across the top of this fence where Austin went over the fence. Austin was bleeding from his hand when he went over.
And is this that same fence?
It is. It's just another shot with a little bit better resolution to show you the blood.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
So this patch area back in the ivy is where Austin was laying, or where he was located when the canine found it, which is, like I said, directly behind the house.
And what's this here?
This is just continuation from the fence towards the area where Austin was located, of additional blood trail that he left behind.
And looking at exhibit 68, what are we looking at here?
68, we've got away from the perimeter and where Austin was located, and we're actually about to head into the house where the main crime scene occurred.
Okay, and now looking at exhibits 81 through 91.
Actually, can you go back a couple of,
Yes.
probably 3 slides of the overall?
Okay.
Okay, back one more. Scroll the picture up, please.
Mhm.
Okay, so this area here where Austin was found, that's also where the pack of cigarettes was located.
Okay.
All right, and for the record, the objection was withdrawn. Ms. Willingham.
Okay. All right, moving back to exhibit 69 through 8. I'll move to those, and can you just for a moment flip through them and let us know what that next set of photos is gonna walk us through?
Okay. So let's start at 69. And 69 is the entryway to the house
Okay.
from the front door.
And moving on to,
Actually, on 69, if you look here, there's blood droplets here next to the front door, and an additional blood droplet here as we're stepping in.
okay. And are these those same blood droplets you were just pointing at?
It is.
Okay.
So again, if we look at those, they're round. They're not showing a lack, they're showing a lack of motion.
All right, and moving on to exhibit number 72, what are we looking at here?
Will that one scroll to the right any further, or to the left any further? No, that's it. Okay, so this is as we step into the house, this is the living room, which is directly to the left of the front door.
And what are we looking at in this photo?
If you see, look here, you'll see there's a baseball bat laying on the back of the couch. That was the baseball bat that was used the assault on Eric, his brother.
And
It's just another close-up of the baseball bat. There should be another photo after this that's a better. If you look here, it's not real clear in this photo, but there's blood evidence all up and down the barrel of the baseball bat itself. It's transferred.
and is that what you were referring to?
Here we can see the blood transfer and the smearing all down the barrel of the bat. And again, this is on the couch as we walk in the door to the left, immediately in the living room area.
Okay, and that looks like just another photo of the bat?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it looks like maybe we are moving to another area.
So this is, as we came in the house, if we go to the right instead of the left where the baseball bat is, there is a Jack and Jill bedroom set. The room to the right is Austin's room. The room to the left is the parents' room, and there's a bathroom in between.
And looking here at Exhibit 79, what are these two rooms that it looks like we could see the bottom
So
of?
this is here. If you look, there's a blood droplet here. There's also one here. This is entering Austin's room to the right.
And this is Exhibit 80.
Yeah, it's just showing additional blood droplets as it goes into Austin's room.
Okay.
That's identifying the room that we're going into.
Okay, and looking at this photo, what are we looking at here?
This is a pile of clothes that Austin had wore during the assault that he changed in his room before he went back out, had the cigarette, and went across the fence.
And is that same pile of clothing?
I'm sorry?
Is that same pile of clothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, looking at State's Exhibit 84.
Okay, this is going to be the brother Eric's room. And in the back on the wall and on the bed here, you'll see the blood on the pillow, the transfer stains. That's where Eric was lying. This is what's known as cast off. So cast off occurs when an object hits another object and it becomes bloody. The bloodier it becomes as you swing the bat back or whatever the object is, it has blood that trails off of it. That's called cast off. So this is several different swings from the bat as it's hitting his brother. And this is just a close-up of the cast off. There's a photo a little further in where we do a little close-up of it and we actually do some measurements. This is an overall blood here on the bed, the transfer, and then the transfer stains in the back, like I said, from the cast off, transfers here, and then the cast off in the back.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
So this is the bathroom door that is in Austin's brother Eric's bedroom. This is both cast off and it is 90-degree stain. 90-degree stains means somebody's standing there for a minute and they're bleeding and it's dripping straight down. So this area here is cast off. This is 90-degree stains and we have some smearing. And you got cast off going this way, indicating there's a struggle that occurred in this area. There's also some pooling in this area, so somebody spent a little bit of time as they were suffering this.
And moving into State's Exhibit 88.
This is just going to be the side of Austin's bed and blood transfer, I believe, on it's the side of his bed. It's also blood transfer on the door itself. It's just additional photos of the cast off and showing transfer stain on the doorknob.
Okay, and is this that same area that we're still
It
looking
is.
at
We're
here?
actually going into the bedroom or into the bathroom. And if you go back up, I'm sorry, scroll this down, please. On the shelf at the top here, you can see the butcher knife that was used in the stabbings. We'll have some close-ups of that in a moment.
Okay, and this looks like that same door.
It is, it's just dictating the cast off and transfer stains.
Okay. and it
This,
looks
the
like
area of the
bathroom.
sink and the shower both had blood in it, but his brother Eric had taken a shower after the assault to wash some of the blood off, so that's where that blood actually came from. That's a close-up of the butcher knife. If you look, you can see blood across the back of the blade and across the spine. There's some blood transfer on the top of the shoulder there. Scroll down. There's the butcher knife. Blood transfer here, blood transfer down the actual spine of the blade. But this was the weapon that was consistent with the stabbing of the mother and the father.
And it looks like this is a photo of some clothing.
Yeah, I believe that was the clothing that was in Austin's room on the floor. That's just additional photos of the clothing on the floor of Austin's.
And was this photo, this clothing is from Austin's room as well?
Yes, it's that pile that we saw earlier in Austin's room.
Okay, you've just separated it here. Okay, and what are
This-
we looking at here?
So this is the sweatpants that were in that pile in Austin's room, and that's Austin's cell phone that's in the pocket of the sweatpants.
Okay, and it looks like we are moving out of Austin's room maybe.
We are. We are actually in, if you go past the living room, just around the corner, there's a little dinette area. The dinette area here, well, look, if you scroll up a little bit, this area is cast off. This is the area where Jenny was stabbed. And she sat back here for a moment.
I'm
This
sorry,
is-
I'll go back.
Yeah, that's actually, this area here is, like I said, the cast off where Jen was stabbed, and she actually sat in this area for a short period of time before she went to the floor where they found her when they arrived. You can see some pooling on the, here.
And what are we looking at here?
I think we went back to Eric's room, and this is just where we were taking measurements of the cast off in Eric's room above the bed.
Okay. Okay, and are we back out of Eric's room now?
Yeah, we went back to where Mom was assaulted in the cast off from where Mom was.
And what are we looking at here? This looks like a different space.
So this area, look, this is medical waste, which we don't bother. We don't change the crime scene once we get there because you pick up something that could be evidence or discard something that could be evidence. So we leave the medical waste in place, but just around this corner to the left is where you saw where Mom was. This area here, going around the corner, is where the main assault occurred, to the right. Now this area, we see a lot of transfer evidence. The skeleton stains are where blood starts to dry and then something comes along and picks up the blood out of the center of it and leaves the ring on the outside. So it just shows us that somebody came through after the blood droplet hit. So this area here is probably where Mom was worked. If you notice the medical waste and stuff around that. Like coming back down, if we can take the photo back down a little bit.
Okay.
Here, this area over here is actually where some of the assaults occurring between here and back towards the pantry area. You see there's a lot of, this area there's high concentration. That's where they were working on Mom, but this area there's a lot of smearing through here, and that's where they're fighting.
Okay, and is this that same area you were just showing us?
It is. So we see 9-degree stains here, there on the outside of the cabinets. And then back towards the back pantry door, we'll see in a few minutes, there's a lot of cast off on the refrigerator at the back pantry door.
Okay, and you were mentioning a refrigerator door. So is this,
So this is the cast off on the refrigerator door. We have cast off additionally on this wall and then here. And then additional smearing and blood transfers on the floor here and here. And this pantry room on the inside, we'll see in a little while, that's actually where the butcher knife block is and where the butcher knife came. But this is additional stains. This is cast off on that back pantry door where the stabbings are occurring and cast off on the other side. It's additional cast off, and this is the room to the left that leads into Austin's room to the left. Pantry's here, Austin's, not Austin, I'm sorry, Eric's room's to the left.
Okay, and it looks like we're going into maybe that back room you were
We
pointing
are,
at
this is going
earlier.
into the actual pantry area, and just on the other side of this door to the back to the right, and again, it's where the butcher block is, where the knife came originated from.
And
These are
which,
transfer stains on the back door. Remember, we saw the stains on the back door from the deck. This is where we touched the handle going out onto the back deck, noting that there was no blood on the handle coming back in from the other side.
okay, and you mentioned a butcher block earlier.
We did, and that is just on the other side of the door. This is the butcher block. This knife here is missing.
And is that just a close-up of that?
It is, showing that the knife is missing.
And what are we looking at here?
This is Eric's teeth. Eric's teeth were on the kitchen counter just outside of his room to the right.
Okay, and what are we getting into here?
So here we're getting into the father who's deceased. This is the area with the kitchen. To the right of the kitchen, it goes out into a sunroom. There's a fireplace you saw in some of the previous photographs. There's an entryway to the sunroom on both sides of that. When the father fell, if you'll notice this large area of blood, this is where he actually deceased and fell into the room. The position he's in now is where the medics moved him to in order to work him because they couldn't work him in the position he was in at the time.
And what are we looking at here?
Okay, that's a good depiction of actually where the dad had fallen out. He was in between the two rooms when he originally fell. There's additional blood spatter over here, blood spatter on this side. And he fell, his head rested up against this. This is where his final rest was before the medics moved him.
Okay, and is this just the area where the dad was located?
It is. That is the dad to the left. He's covered with a sheet currently.
Okay, and what are we looking at here?
So these are mom's clothes, and these are showing the incision from the butcher knife in the clothing here.
And can you tell us whether that's the front or the back of her shirt?
I couldn't tell you. It should be the front because I think her injury was to the front.
And what is this?
She was wearing a jacket over her shirt, and this is where it actually went through the inner shirt and the outer shirt into the upper chest area.
And do you know whose clothing this
I believe
was?
this is Eric's shirt that he was wearing after the assault. Or during the assault.
Okay.
And then this is mom's clothes. They were hung to dry so that we could process them.
And what are we looking at here?
I think these are Eric's pants.
Okay. 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 Thank you for walking us through those photos. In walking through the photos, you mentioned several items that you might have collected. A bat. I think you mentioned you collected a bat. I think you mentioned you collected a knife and a cigarette pack.
I did.
Okay. And
Can we take a brief recess for a restroom break?
I didn't catch that. Okay. That's fine.
and we will start with 123.
Okay.
Can you tell me if you recognize that?
In the bag, or do you want me to open it?
You first recognize the seal.
I do. It's my initials on the seal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And I'm sorry, did you answer whether you recognize it?
I do. It is my initials on the seal with the date.
Okay, and do you know what it is in your bag?
It should be the baseball bat, according to what I've listed on the,
Well, that was gonna be my next question. How do you know that?
okay.
And when did you first see this item?
When you see it in the photograph as I entered in the residence.
Okay. And how did it come to be in your possession?
Once everything was done with the crime scene, I collected all the evidence and took it back to the evidence room.
Okay, and how can you tell this is what you just described?
Because it's my handwriting and it says item number 3 with the case number for this particular case and lists baseball bat, the date, my initials, and biohazard.
Okay, and does it appear to be essentially the same condition now as it was when you previously had it in your possession?
In the bag it is, yes.
Okay, and the state would move to tender State's Exhibit 123.
Had we already, was it through 122 or 124 that we had done before? I'm just trying to make sure we hadn't already done that.
No, I hadn't admitted any of them. I showed 123, 124, and 160, Judge. It's actually an add-on.
All right, thank you. All right, so you said you're tendering 123?
Yes.
All right, any objection to 123 from the defense? All right, admitted without objection.
And Michael, can you, let's get. Okay. Can you go ahead and open that for
can.
me?
I said it could.
And looking at that, there was some stuff you showed us in the photo.
Mhm.
Are you able to see that on the actual bag?
There's some transfer here, transfer there in this area. Some additional transfer at the top. Okay,
Stop it away.
but here, I'll stand back here.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And now moving on to. Sorry.
I don't know if this is.
Oh, no, I'm just gonna.
Okay.
Okay, and moving to State's Exhibit 124. Do you recognize this?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
This is the knife box that the butcher knife was placed in by myself.
And how do you know that?
It lists my initials on this evidence seal and the date. It also lists item number 4 under case number 02040032, which is the case number for the incident. And it lists a bloody knife retrieved from the bathroom shelf.
See that?
as I showed the photographs of going into Eric's room, I document the scene as I go with photographs. So that's what I would have first seen it when I identified it.
Okay, and
In
how
Eric's
did it
bathroom.
come to be in your possession?
I took it into custody and placed it in the box for further evidence.
And does that box appear to be in substantially the same condition now as when you previously had it in your possession?
It does.
Okay, and the state would tender State's Exhibit 124.
Any objection to 124? Admitted without objection.
Okay, and go ahead and open that box for me.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
There's blood transfer on the knife itself from where the crimes occurred. There's also still some blood staining on the back handle and the knife itself from their actual incident.
Thank you. And can you put that back
I
in the
can.
box for me, please? Okay, and one other thing you mentioned that you collected. I'm gonna bring you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 160. Do you recognize it?
I do.
And how do you recognize
It is a bag that I sealed on the same date, 4/6/20, has my initials on the back, and it is listed as a cigarette pack from the wooded ivy patch in the woods.
it? Okay, and when did you first see it?
I first saw it when I went over the fence and was documenting that blood trail where Austin was located.
Okay, and how did it come to be in your possession?
I took possession of it as the crime scene person on scene.
And does it appear to be in substantially the same condition now as when you previously had it in your possession?
It does.
Okay, and the state would tender State's Exhibit 160?
Objection to 160. Admitted without objection.
Would you like me to take?
Yes.
Here we can see the blood on the front of the pack and just on top of the white around this area and here.
Judge, is it okay if I go around to the other side?
Okay.
And did you have any other involvement in this case?
I don't believe so, other than the crime scene itself. Thank you.
No further questions.
I'm bad. I'm sorry. All right, Mr. Chuong, any cross-examination?
So you said that. You said that car was mine that you saw?
I don't know. That's what I was told when I got there. I just documented it. It may have been yours, may not. I don't know who it actually belonged to.
The police arrived around 5 o'clock and they found me at around 5:40. So I could have realistically I mean, I had 40 minutes of time. I could have realistically drove away and ran away if I wanted to, but I was found in the back of the property, just sitting.
Objection, question?
We have a question there, Mr. Chuong.
But yeah, I was found in the back of the property. So yeah, this. All right, next question then. You saw blood on the ash tower, and you
I'm
said
sorry, on the,
ash tower, the thing you throw cigarettes in,
okay.
and there's blood around it. So you said I stood there for a period of time. You would think, or if I stood there for a minute, wouldn't more blood pool up rather than little droplets?
It depends on the size of the cut.
Stop. Let's let them say yes to each of those things and then okay. Not all at once.
Was there blood on the lighter?
I'm sorry, on the,
There blood on the lighter?
on the
railing?
lighter? I didn't, I don't think so. I don't believe there was.
So you don't know whose blood is on, or is on the back porch, on the cigarette, and on the knife?
On the cigarette, the knife? I don't know on the knife, or I don't know on the, I think the cigarette pack may have been tested, but the others, I don't believe so.
Objection, Your Honor, he wouldn't be able to testify to
At
that
this
he
point-
didn't.
All I did was
Well, I'll
process
say,
the
is I
scene.
think at this point he's already testified, so
And you said
keep going.
the blood was found after the incident, but you couldn't say that because I was cut also, and you cannot say it's after the murder or before, because I did run out of the house in the initial fight with my brother when my dad told me to run out, and I ran out to the
Objection.
pantry.
We got to
Question.
break that up a little bit, Mr. Chuong. There's a lot going on in that question.
So did you pull up page 107 where the knife was found in Eric's restroom?
And I'm sorry, for clarification, are you asking for actual page 17 or exhibit 107?
Actual page 107.
Page numbers, that's why I wanted to check.
So that's Eric's bathroom, correct?
It is.
And nothing's moved out of place in terms of how it got up there, correct?
I don't see anything moved out of place.
So it's neatly placed up there?
I would guess so.
So someone would have to take time to put it up there, not in a quick motion or anything like that.
I wasn't there. I don't know.
And you said Eric's teeth were neatly placed on the counter outside of his bedroom,
I
Or-
did not. I just said that his teeth were located on the counter outside the bedroom.
but they were just grouped up and placed there, correct?
I don't know how they were placed. They were sitting on the counter outside the,
So if you took your hand, your left hand, and had a knife on it, or had a knife in it and placed it up there, it would be in that position, correct?
in which position?
That position.
Objection, speculation.
I think that's something a lay witness could answer based on their rational perceptions. Let's see what his answer is.
You could place it up there either way with the right hand or left hand. I don't think it really matters.
I mean, it does matter right now because there's one left-handed person in the
We
house.
need a question, sir.
I'm getting to the question.
That's not a question. You'll get to lead off with a intro.
Okay, so say I had the knife in my right hand and I placed it up there. The blade would be facing the door. Say this is the knife and this is the blade. It'd be like this, and then the blade would be facing that way.
Objection, question.
Well, no, I guess there's something of a question there. All right. You can answer that, sir, if you can.
I don't understand the
All right,
question.
then, Mr. Chuong, you're going to have to rephrase it for him.
So if the knife was in my right hand and I placed it up there, the blade would be facing to the left, correct?
I have no idea. I'm sure anyone could put it up there any way they wanted with right or left hand. It doesn't take much to turn a knife in your hand.
I mean, it doesn't take much, but it's possible, but it's kind of insensible. You'd go like this, placing it up there. It'd be easier just to go like that. Would it not?
I don't know, sir. I can't testify to that. I'm not a knife placement expert.
I mean, it doesn't take an expert to answer
Objection,
this question.
argumentative.
All right, I think you've asked the question. Now, Mr. Chuong, he's answered. And the kind of things you're getting into are things that you would say for your closing argument.
Okay. So the scene in the house when you canvassed it is completely bloody, correct?
The areas where it's, yes. Where the
And there's a
crime-
large pool of blood around my father,
You talk about where his head came to rest, or
just around his body. There's a pool of blood where his head was resting. And
yes,
Was there a pool of
where he
blood?
originally fell into the sunroom? Yes, there was a pool of blood. in
Was
that
there a
area.
pool of blood under where he was resting as well?
Under where he was resting, the final rest area?
Yes.
There would have been because he was moved and worked by paramedics.
And Eric is all bloody, correct, in the house?
I didn't see Eric myself, so I don't know. I just saw the evidence
And
as I collected it.
you claim that I did it to them, but there's no bloody footprints or anything around the house that you saw, correct?
No, I claim that you had certain items in certain areas of certain rooms, like that there was bloody clothes in your room and that you were located on the other side of the fence with blood. And that was my testimony.
All right. Thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Can this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Unless anyone needs a break, state may call its next witness.
Yes.
First and last name for the court.
Sergeant Jabbar Braithwaite. First name is Jabbar. Last name is Braithwaite. Good afternoon.
Detective Braithwaite, how long have you been, how are you employed?
I'm a police detective with the city of Alpharetta.
And how long have you been with Alpharetta Police?
17 years.
Okay, and you said you're a police detective, how long have you been in that role?
I've been with our criminal investigation division for about a year and a half now.
And you've been in that role for about a year and a half. What were you doing before that?
Prior to that, I was a sergeant on uniform patrol
And how long were you in that role?
for about 10 months.
And what was your role on April 6th of 2020?
I was assigned to the criminal investigation division.
Okay, and what were your duties and responsibilities?
At that time, I was a detective in the unit.
Okay, and were you post certified at that time?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And are you still post certified?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, and directing your attention back to April 6th of 2020, were you working that day?
Yes, I was called in.
And did there come a point in time where you became involved in an investigation of a homicide at 92 Maple Circle, Alpharetta, Georgia?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And is that in Fulton County?
Yes, it is.
And what was your involvement in that case?
I was one of the detectives that was assisting with that investigation.
Okay, and, do you recall whether you all had a suspect in that case?
We did.
And do you recall their name?
It was Austin Chuong.
And do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you tell us where he's where he's sitting and the item of clothing he has on?
He's sitting on my left. He's sitting straight ahead. He's wearing a black suit. I can see he's got on a white shirt with a kind of like a light colored tie.
Let the record reflect that this has identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Okay, and during the course of your investigation, did you have an opportunity to, well, tell me what all did you do in this investigation? Let's start there.
Well, when the incident first occurred, I was at the incident location briefly. And then after that, I left, and myself and another detective, Detective Farmer, we actually went to the hospital where Jenny and Eric were, and also the defendant, and we were able to speak with them.
And while you were at the hospital, you mentioned you were able to speak with them. So were you able to see Jenny and Eric?
Yes,
Do you recall whether you took any photos?
we did.
And have you had an opportunity to review any photos
I have.
today?
Today I did. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and I'm handing you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibits 3 through 8 and 10 through 15. Do you recognize those?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
When Detective Farmer and I went to the hospital to speak with Jenny and Eric, I also took photographs of their injuries.
Okay, and in the photos of that's looking. Sorry. Yeah. It's okay. Okay. And have they been altered in any way?
No, ma'am.
Do they fairly and accurately depict Jenny and Eric as you saw them that day?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Okay, and as to State's Exhibits 3 through 8, the state would move to admit those photos?
Any objection to 3 through 8? All right, admitted without objection, 3 through 8.
And as to exhibits 10 through 15, the state would move to admit those exhibits as well.
All right, any objection to 10 through 15? Mr. Chuong? All right, 10 through 15 are admitted as well.
And in having an opportunity to take those photos, were you able to see where their injuries were?
Yes, Eric had injuries to his head and to his mouth. And Jenny, she had injuries to her chest.
Okay. I'm going to publish them 1 second. Starting with Eric's photos, which are going to be state's exhibits 3 through 8. I can get it to open. And, oh, there it goes. Okay. And what are we looking at here? Who's this?
This is Eric.
Okay. And this looks like Eric, this looks like another picture of him. Can you tell us what's going on in his face area?
The picture I'm looking at, he has kind of looks like dried blood by his lips, and there's also kind of like some dried blood, almost looks like spatter around his nose and cheek area.
Okay. And going back to that, do you notice anything around his mouth? Specifically, looking at that photo?
Are we looking at the first one?
Exhibit 4.
Oh. In Exhibit 4, his mouth is open and it appears that he's missing some teeth.
Okay. And my apologies. Are the photos on your screen as well?
They are, but there's
okay.
There's something blocking it right there.
Just click. Okay.
Okay.
Or no, stay muted.
Oh, stay muted. Okay. All right.
My apologies. Okay, and looking at State's Exhibit 6, what are we looking at here?
You can tell that one of Eric's arms are wrapped in a bandage, and there's some injury to his arm.
And these look like just similar photos?
I'm sorry?
These last photos, are they just similar photos?
Yes, now this one with his mouth open, and you can see again, looks like he's missing a few teeth.
Okay, and let's moving on to the photos you took of Jenny, which did it close? Oh. My apologies. There we go. Starting with State's Exhibit 10. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture of Jenny lying in a hospital, in her hospital bed.
And what are we looking at in this photo?
That's a picture of Jenny holding up her arm, showing what appears to be some type of injury to her arm.
And what about here?
That's showing the injury to her chest where she was stabbed.
And what about there?
I believe that appears to be just more knife wounds, more stab wounds to her neck area.
Okay. And other than going to the hospital and having the opportunity to take the photos and speak with Jenny and Eric, did you have any other involvement in this case?
Well, at the hospital, Detective Farmer and I, we spoke with Jenny, we spoke with Eric. We also had opportunity to speak with Austin. He was at the hospital as well.
Thank you.
In cross-examination.
So you said you interviewed both Jenny and Eric at
That's
the
cor-
hospital?
Yes.
How many times did you interview them?
At the hospital, I believe we just interviewed Eric and then Jenny.
You didn't interview me at the hospital?
I did interview you as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see any inconsistencies in Eric and Jenny's testimonies or interviews?
And no inconsistencies, they were pretty clear that you attacked them.
I know, but regarding the events of the things that happened in the house, you didn't see no inconsistencies?
I don't know what you're asking me.
I mean, here I can quote him right here.
Judge, objection.
I can read them from.
What's the objection?
Had with him.
He's
Mr. Chuong,
quoting
Mr.
them.
Chuong,
He
when there's an
can't-
objection, you can't talk over each other. Ms. Willingham, what's the objection?
Can't read that into what foundation is he laying?
So
for
the
that?
objection would be hearsay,
Ye-
foundation?
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chuong, any response?
So Jenny stated that I wore a gray shirt, correct?
Mr. Chuong, there's an objection. I think it's renewed.
Oh.
And it's to hearsay and foundation, or I guess, well, not really so much foundation anymore. As he said, he's interviewed her. But in response to hearsay, do you have a response to that?
It's regarding my interviews or the interviews and quoting from them.
Okay. All right. Well, that'll be sustained. That wouldn't be an exception to the hearsay rule.
But I'm not going to be quoting them anymore. I'm going to just be reading them and asking him if he remembers them or not.
Okay, but if you're talking about the specifics of what he remembers, then you are quoting him. So I'll sustain the objection. You can try to rephrase it if you want to, but we'll see where that takes us.
So, do you remember the location of where Jenny said she was in her interviews last?
Jenny, I don't understand what you're saying.
So, you remember the interviews you had with Jenny?
I remember at the hospital interviewing Jenny and interviewing Eric to find out what happened. And they were both clear that you attacked them.
But you can't remember what they said exactly? Or not exactly, but general?
Yeah, Jenny said it.
I mean, I don't want to interrupt you. You can finish.
Go ahead.
You said, or let me slow down. She said in her interview that she stated, I attacked her and Eric saved her.
Objection.
All right. That's an objection. And what's the grounds?
Hearsay.
All right. That'd be the same ruling, Mr. Chuong. You can't be quoting from people who aren't in court today testifying without an exception to the hearsay rule, and you haven't given me one. So that's sustained. You have to ask the next question.
Can anyone explain how the knife was found in the bathroom in the interviews? Was it mentioned at all?
I didn't find a knife in the bathroom. So that wasn't me who found the knife.
Did anyone explain how I got cut in the hand?
Did anyone explain that?
Yes. Did anyone mention how I got cut in the hand?
I did not mention that. That would probably be Sergeant Bochniack.
But you interviewed both Jenny and Eric. Did they mention anything about it? That's what I'm asking.
What I did, Jenny and Eric said that you attacked them. They said that you stabbed, Jenny was stabbed in the chest, and that you attacked Eric with a baseball bat.
But they didn't say how I got my wound. They just explained how they got theirs.
I don't believe or remember asking them how you got your wounds. I was asking them what happened to them, and they were very clear that they were attacked by you.
And they didn't say nothing about me getting my wound. They just...
I don't remember that.
Do you remember Eric talking about, because you asked them in their interviews about any altercation in the house, correct?
I do.
What did Eric say to that? Do you remember?
That you attacked them.
Altercations before the house leading up that would have caused it.
That would have caused what, sir?
That would have caused this, like a reason, a motive, is what I'm saying.
For you to attack your brother?
Yes. Did you ask him why?
I don't remember that. I remember that your brother said that he was sleeping, and then you came in.
I know you keep on repeating this, but you're not answering my question.
Which is what?
Did Eric say anything that would, or did Eric and Jenny say anything that happened that would lead up to this?
No.
Like any tension in the house, any family altercation in the house?
They didn't say.
But through your investigation, did you find out evidence of that?
Again, that would have to be a question for Sergeant Bochniack. He was the lead on this.
So you spoke of Jenny, correct?
Yes.
You told her you knew who did it, correct?
Jenny told me she knew who did it.
But you didn't tell her you knew who did it?
When we were at the hospital and we interviewed Eric and Jenny, again, they said that you attacked them.
So did you ever ask Jenny to ask me why I did it?
I don't believe so.
You can just sit in place, you mean? You need a moment. Okay, that's fine. All right, Mr. Chuong, time to resume.
So you spoke to Jenny about why I may have done this, correct?
When we were at the hospital, I was trying to get information as to who did this. Jenny and Eric were both clear that you had done this.
And you just didn't know why I did this, correct?
You're asking me for specific information about if I asked why you done it. I don't remember if I asked that. It's possible, but at the time we were trying to get information, gather information on who had committed this crime. And what I'm telling you is Jenny and Eric were both clear that you were the one responsible for almost killing them.
I understand that, but I have it where you told her to ask me.
Objection.
Um,
He told her, it sounds like he's getting into hearsay at this point, and my objection may be premature, Your Honor.
okay.
But
Yeah, I think until he asks a question, I can't really rule on that. Mr. Chuong, you can ask your next question.
You told her to ask me when she called me on the jail calls. When she called me on the jail calls to ask me why I did this, correct?
Sir, that's not correct. That was Sergeant Bochniack. I've already told you that.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
All right, Ms. Willingham, any redirect?
nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, can this witness step down?
Yes.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, members of the jury.
I'm Sergeant Dave Bochniack. I'm with the Alpharetta Police Department, Criminal Investigations Division.
And Detective, how long have you been with the City of Alpharetta with the Alpharetta Police Department?
25 years.
And in your current role, what are some of the responsibilities or duties?
Yeah. So I'm the sergeant over the Criminal Investigations Division. I've been a detective one way or another for the past 20 years. My current duties involve general investigations, also assisting and assigning investigations to detectives.
Do those investigations include homicide investigations?
They do.
Does that also include a post-certification?
It does.
And were you post-certified on April 6th of 2020?
I was.
With respect to this case, April 6th, 2020, can you describe for the jury what your involvement was, how you initially became involved in the case?
Okay, so I was called shortly after the incident occurred. And, you know, it's my responsibilities to gather the available investigators, which I did, and we responded to the scene to begin an investigation.
And as part of your initial investigation, did you identify the victims in this case?
Yes, we did.
Okay. The victim, was one of the victims Jenny Phang?
Yes, it was. Yes.
Was one of the victims Eric Chuong?
It was.
And was the last victim Andrew Chuong?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you a photograph that has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Detective, do you recognize what has been marked as State's Exhibit 9?
That's Andrew Chuong.
And during the course of your investigation, is that an accurate depiction of Mr. Chuong in life?
It is.
All right. At this time, Judge, State would seek to admit State's 9 into evidence.
Objection to State's 9. Mr. Chuong.
Objection, we do not think this can be tendered in for this expert. We have a motion.
Okay, so I take that, I interpret that as an objection to authentication. And so, Mr. Holmes, any response to that?
Judge, with respect to the photograph itself, although this witness didn't take the photograph, it is a photograph that he can identify during the course of his investigation. He is able to identify the victims in this case and was familiar with each of the three victims, including Andrew Chuong.
All right. We established that there is testimony thus far, then on foundation, I'll overrule the objection. And so State's Exhibit 9 will be admitted over objection. You may.
And Detective, were you the lead detective assigned to this investigation of this case?
I was.
And as part of your investigation, did you investigate the scene at 92 Nathan Circle in Alpharetta?
I did.
And can you sort of walk through what your initial, well, I guess it's two parts. What's the initial protocol for, you taking on, and then how did you kind of implement that protocol as part of your investigation of the crime scene?
Okay, so initially, officers had arrived and been invited into the house, but we went and got a search warrant for the location. Once we had a search warrant for the location, I would have entered the house with some of our crime scene people and took a look around, but I allowed them to do their responsibilities is to really investigate and recover evidence from that crime scene.
And as part of your investigation, did you ultimately develop a suspect?
I did, yes.
And who was that suspect?
Austin Chuong.
Okay. And do you see Austin Chuong in the courtroom?
I do. He's sitting at the table there.
Okay. And for the record reflect that Detective Bochniack has identified the defendant as the suspect in the case.
The record will so reflect.
With respect to Mr. Chuong, did you have the opportunity to interview or to otherwise interview Mr. Chuong?
I did interview him, yes.
Okay. And was that interview recorded?
It was.
And was all the equipment that was used, well, let me back up. Where did the interview occur?
That interview occurred at the Alpharetta Police Department in an interview room there.
Okay. And was there anything abnormal about the equipment? Was everything in operating order?
Everything was operating, yes.
And Detective, I'm going to hand you what has been previously marked as States 131.
Okay.
Do you recognize States 131?
I'm going to take it out of here. Yep.
Okay. And can you describe what is?
So this is the video recording of my interview with Mr. Chuong.
Okay. And how are you able to recognize that?
Previously, we had, you'd shown me, or other counsel had showed me the CD, and I verified as mine and I signed it.
All right. Based on your review of States 131, are there any otherwise edits, alterations, deletions, or anything that is different from the interview that you conducted with Mr. Chuong?
No.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of that interview?
It is.
Right. This time, Judge, State would seek to admit States 131 into the record.
Any objection to 131? States 131 is admitted without objection.
And permission to publish States 130.
You know what? Okay. We get my car running, I get the arrow. All right.
Record Judge, we are just skipping through the initial portion where Mr. Chuong is in custody to the actual point where the interview begins. And I will note that time for the record.
But she said you stabbed her. Okay.
Mark that just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, and for the record, that is 23 minutes and 43 seconds.
Austin. Hey, man. Sergeant Bochniack, Alpharetta Police. Criminal investigation. How you doing?
Other than the hand.
What's that?
Other than the hand, I'm doing okay.
Doing okay. Hey, listen, man. Know these guys, they read you your rights, right? And you understood those rights. You want me to read them to you again? You understand them. You understand you can invoke those rights at any time, okay? With that in mind, we still here. I'd like to ask you a few more questions, really, because I've been out at your house for the past several hours. I've talked to several people, okay? And they've told me what you've told them as far as about what happened, okay? And I didn't feel it would be right if I didn't come by here and talk to you, okay? Because it's so clearly and obviously you that did this to your family, that there's no doubt, okay? There is absolutely no doubt that you did this to your family. And my question is because people I've talked to so far have said, you're a good guy. You're a nice guy. You talked to your ex-girlfriend, you're a nice guy. Even, your mom who's in the hospital is saying you're a nice guy. She doesn't know what happened, okay? But she said you stabbed her, okay? Now, here's the deal, dude. There are reasons for what people do from time to time. I know this is a bad one, but this is your opportunity right now to tell us why. And that's just as important as the what. Okay, we already know the what. That's already been pieced together. I'm gonna find out the why one way or the other, but you're gonna have a lot to do with that. And this is your opportunity to tell me the why. You understand?
Oh, yes.
Now, can you tell me why?
I've already told you.
Why?
The guy who came in the house.
There was no guy that came into your house. Okay, I know that. You can keep that up. I absolutely know that for sure. I mean, your own mom has implicated you. Okay, you understand that? Your brother has implicated you. Okay, there's evidence all over your house that it was you. Okay, there's no doubt. Absolutely no doubt. Now, you can tell me that you just don't want to talk to me rather than give me some bogus story about some guy coming into your house. But that leaves it as you're just a cold-blooded murderer. And you're not this guy that anybody has said. That people have mental breakdowns, man. Stuff happens. We've seen it. I've been a cop for 21 years, okay? It happens, I know. And this one got way out of control, obviously. I mean, you know exactly what's happened here. Okay, the good news is that your brother and your mom are okay, are gonna be okay. All right? This is where you start mending them bridges right now, because these are all the people you have left, okay? I mean, a lot of things are going to be said. Nobody's going to believe your story about that. Number one, because it's not believable. Number two, because there's evidence stating differently. Not to mention that we have witnesses, including the two victims, that say differently. Okay? I'm honestly here, dude, because I know that you're typically a nice dude that gets along with people and that people like, and that hasn't been violent in the past. But something happened that, something happened.
All right, can you pause that, Mr. Holmes? There's been an objection. What's your objection?
Say because there's other people in this interview that he's talking about saying what I'm doing.
Okay, Mr. Holmes, do you want to make any response to that? You want to respond to that, Mr. Holmes?
Yes, Judge. So during the course of the interview, Detective Bochniack is essentially sort of getting past the, initial statement, which was a third party or another person was the perpetrator. It's not necessarily that he is stating, making statements that are practiced by other folks. These are witnesses that have informed him, Detective Bochniack, of the circumstances surrounding the altercation itself. And so he is questioning the defendant on the specifics of what involvement that he had. I don't believe that it is a issue of hearsay. It is literally what the detective has learned as he, in real time, is.
All right. So as to the objection itself, I'll overrule it, but I will give the jury this instruction, which is that any statements that are being referred to or discussed in detail in this recording, they're not to be considered by you for the truth of what they're saying or that they actually heard. They're solely to be considered for you by the effect they would have had on Mr. Chuong and his reaction to them if he did have one, and to give whatever weight you feel to his response to those statements. All right, so overruled for the record. I also think, and they can't hear this recording.
Judge, yes. It was, when we tested it out, that the volume was fine and it's not coming across as, we have our volume turned up as far as we can go.
So I've had other folks come in here with like a Bluetooth speaker. So do you have one of those you can get?
I do, Judge, in my office. I could.
And while we're waiting for that speaker to come in, can we move on to some other maybe topics or questions that you can ask the detective other than publishing this exhibit?
A detective, during the course of your investigation, was there any information provided to you from regarding the Mr. Eric Chuong or Miss Jenny Phang actually being a part of the crime itself, perpetrators?
No.
And that was not brought to your attention through any statements from the defendant or?
No.
With respect to the investigation itself and the information that you were able to gather, what did you sort of, where did that lead you and how did that lead you to Mr. Chuong?
We had witnesses to the incident and they implicated Mr. Chuong.
Judge, at this time, I have no further questions for the detective and I'll withdraw, I guess, continuing to play the remainder of the video.
You don't want to publish it at this time? You could always publish it at some other time or in closing. Okay. All right. In that case, Mr. Chuong, your witness.
So you never found out why Austin may have committed this crime in your investigation?
I have my beliefs.
What are your beliefs?
I believe that you were jealous of your brother, and he was treated like an adult by your father, and that you were jealous that he had a nice car and that he was getting his own house, and that you didn't really care for him to begin with.
But in this investigation, didn't you find out that Eric had a lot of legal troubles and a lot of disputes with his father?
I did not. I understood that everybody had, a father-son relationship going on where there could be disputes, but I didn't find any significant legal troubles in his past.
Did you find any motive that Austin could have done this, or why Austin could have done this, or why I could have done this?
Again, it was a jealousy. You thought potentially that you would get everything that Eric had. Eric was the son who was treated like an adult, who they got a nice car for, who they were supplying his own house for. You were a kid that they weren't allowing out of the house, that they didn't like your girlfriend. They wouldn't let you see your girlfriend. You had to sneak out to see your girlfriend. And you felt you were treated unfairly.
And you thought because of this, I killed my father?
I know you killed your father.
But you thought this was the motive that made me want to kill my father?
Yeah.
And stab my mom?
Excuse me?
Well, you say that I murdered my father and stabbed my mom and beat my brother with the bat, correct?
Correct.
And you just said your motive for this is jealousy. So
Yeah.
you're thinking I'm jealous and that's why I would attack my dad and my mom and my brother?
Yes.
Over the course of your investigation, did you find out about Jenny's life insurance plan at all?
I did.
In your interviews with her, she stated that she did not know much about the life insurance plan, correct, when you first interviewed her?
Objection relevance, Judge?
Mr. Chuong, relevance of evidence about the life insurance plan.
It creates motive for someone else.
All right. And that is someone else who was in the house at the time of the alleged incident. So, Mr. Holmes, any other response?
And I do believe that I do believe that defense was attempting to state or quote into the record. So I would bring up same hearsay objection on those grounds for the form of the question.
Okay, well, on relevance, it's overruled. And on hearsay, I guess we need to see how the detective would respond. And maybe you need to lay the foundation, Mr. Chuong.
When you told her you worked hand in hand with the life insurance company, only then did she admit that she contacted them in your interviews.
Objection, Judge.
All right, so that you're asking for someone's statement that was out of court that hasn't testified. So that's hearsay and that's overruled. Excuse me, sustained. You have to ask a different question.
So in your investigation, you found out that there was infidelity between Jenny and Andrew, correct?
I believe I found some text messages that would indicate that.
You remember those text messages?
I don't remember the content.
I could read it to you, and that'll help you remember.
I'd object, Judge.
And state the grounds.
I would object to the defense reading text messages that haven't been previously authenticated and entered into evidence into the record as a part of a question.
All right, that's sustained. You can't read text messages that aren't part of the record.
If I show you them, will that help you remember those text messages?
Potentially.
All right, Deputy Scott, if you could help us. If, throughout this portion of the cross, if there are any exhibits that need to be handed to the witness, if you could do that for us. And Mr. Chuong, even assuming that the detective can authenticate these text messages, or maybe that he's seen him before, how would you get around a hearsay objection?
I'm using these to show Jenny's state of mind as being potential.
All right. Do you have a exhibit marked to hand to the witness?
Which I would like to see them.
It's in the official one.
You can hand any exhibits to the deputy. He'll take it to the witness for you. You can ask your next question, Mr. Chuong.
Does that help you remember? Could you read it for me?
Hang on a second.
It should be highlighted at the top.
Yeah. So what I'd say is I do know this is part of my report, and I read this recently. It is a translated via Google Translate. So I don't know if it's exactly what it says, but it's in my report, and it's stated that it's a Google Translate. But yes, this is from my report. So therefore, it is a text message.
So there was evidence of, or what does the text message entail, if you can summarize it?
Well, I'll just read it if you want me to.
I think we need to figure out where it came from, how he obtained it, the surrounding issues before I can deal with any of these other objections.
It came from his police report.
I don't need I need the evidence, Mr. Chuong, not your opinion. Ask your next question.
The text messages came from your investigation, correct?
So this report is a report reference Austin Chuong's phone records.
No, the Jenny Phang phone records highlighted at the top. Starts with, since I don't have to let go.
Sometime. Oh, I can't, if you have the other page to this, I'm looking at 121 and 120.
It's only that excerpt of that text message.
So what is the question again?
This text message is on March 26th, just.
I think he's laying the foundation. He hasn't gotten to the substance. You can continue, Mr. Chuong.
This text message is on March 26th, and the murder was occurred on April 6th. This is just 10 days before the murder, correct?
If that's the case, if you want to give me the other page of my report, I can verify, because you gave me the second page of this report. I don't have the first page. Okay, yeah. This is the download and analysis of Jenny Phang's phone.
And the text message talks about her.
Yeah, I mean, I still haven't figured out why this text message is relevant or how it concerns this case or how he collected it.
It shows Jenny Phang's motive of.
I understand your legal theory, but there's still some foundation that needs to be laid before it can be admissible.
Relevance is.
I understand your theory on relevance, but we're not going to do this much longer.
In your investigation, there was a fight with Andrew just days before that resulted in Jenny leaving the house and staying with her sister-in-law, Cindy, correct?
On what?
I don't know if that's been established into the record that there's a fight days before.
Then I guess you can answer the question and we can go from there.
What I recall is maybe there's a text message or I don't think anybody told me that. Can you tell me where you're getting that information from?
I'm getting it from your police report.
But where's the context?
Throughout your investigation, you found out that there was a argument about with Jenny and Eric, or Jenny and Andrew about purchasing a house, correct?
I do remember something about that, yeah.
And this argument resulted in Jenny leaving the house just days prior of Andrew's murder, correct?
I believe that maybe in a text message. I do recall something about that, but I don't remember the context of it or who told me that or where I learned that from. If you could direct me to my report where it is, I could.
And did you? So there was a fight with Andrew and Eric about wanting to move in the house throughout your investigation, correct?
I don't remember that. Eric and Andrew?
Or Jenny and Andrew about Eric wanting to move in the house.
Again, I think there was a text message or something about
but you don't remember
purchasing
the
a
text
house.
You don't remember the text message?
I don't. I mean, I remember, I reread my report before coming in here. And so you could direct me in my report where it is. I could reestablish my memory of that. But I do remember something about a fight that had occurred over a house.
When did this fight occur? Do you remember?
Sometime previous to Andrew's murder.
Can you tell me the days previous? A week?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
The fight occurred just 3 days before Jenny left the house to go to Cindy's house, her sister-in-law.
Objection, Judge. That's the.
All right, he said he doesn't know. So the next question, unless you have some other alternative way of getting that into evidence.
Did you find it odd that Jenny left the house before Andrew's murder? And
No.
that they got into a large fight before Andrew's murder?
I didn't think they got into a large fight.
But she left the house to go to her sister-in-law's house.
I didn't think that was odd.
You didn't think it was odd that Jenny and Andrew got in a large argument before he was murdered?
That's an answer, Judge. Objection.
Overruled. You can answer the question, sir.
No.
Did you look into this at all? Did you look into this as a possible motive for anyone else?
No.
So you just stuck with one person?
Well, Jenny had been stabbed 3 times and should have been dead. Your brother had been stabbed and beaten with a bat and should have been dead.
But I also sustained injuries as well.
You sustained an injury on your hand from your hand slipping on the knife while stabbing your father and cutting your hands, which is a common thing that happens when people are stabbing people and are bloody. Their hand slips from the knife and goes onto the blade. That's textbook.
How do you know the knife was in my left hand if I'm right-handed?
Say again?
You assumed the knife was in my left hand?
It must have been, yes.
But does it make sense for...
Well, no, I mean, what it would be is either you had 2 hands on the knife or you were stabbing with... Just because someone's right or left-handed doesn't mean they can't stab someone with their left hand.
So if the knife was in my hand and it slipped, it would be slipping on the tips of my fingertips, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily.
Because if the blade was facing down, it'd be... When I cut, it'd be like this, wouldn't it?
Not necessarily. You could hold it upside down.
You could hold a knife upside down?
Yes.
I mean, I know it's a possibility, but it doesn't make sense. It's like kind of like shooting someone with your left hand when you're right-handed. You think, I mean, that wasn't odd to you in this case?
No.
Did you look into the possibility that it could have been, a defensive wound?
No.
Even though I indicated it was a defensive wound?
Yes.
But you didn't look at the possibility?
No, because your mother told me that you stabbed them, you stabbed your dad, and that I knew what had happened.
How'd you know what happened?
Well, I mean,
You're supposed to look
because
at different
people had told me
sides.
what
We're
had
not going
happened.
to talk over each other. All right, so that goes to both of you. Please wait for the question to be asked in its entirety, and then you can answer, sir. And then wait till he's done answering before you ask your next question, unless you have an objection. All right, rephrase or re-ask the question, Mr. Chuong.
It wasn't odd to you that, I mean, you didn't look into both sides of the case, even though you're a detective?
There was no
possibility?
information. What you told me was very vague. And there was no information of another person coming into the,
But
I had other witnesses there that were actually assaulted. You were found, had fled from the house afterwards and found in the woods. And there was no indication there was anybody else. The witnesses that had actually been assaulted, who again should have been deceased, but by a miracle survived, implicated you.
You said there was a car running, or no, there was a car running
Yes.
when the police arrived, right?
Correct.
So if I were to run, couldn't I have just went in the car and drove?
I don't know what you were thinking at that moment. You probably could have done that, but then you would have ran straight into the police officers that had arrived, because there was also evidence that you were smoking a cigarette on the back porch after you committed this, and that I believe that you were still there when the police initially arrived, and then you fled into the woods. And so if you would have went into the car, you would have went straight into all the police that were arriving. You ran away from the police.
When it became apparent to you that, Jenny had a life insurance plan and, Andrew and Jenny had troubles with their marriage, you didn't think to look at a possibility of another side because of Austin had no.
Well, so, I mean,
Well,
if you're
and-
saying that the
Hold on,
possible,
wait, Detective, let him finish his question.
Because a jealousy motive isn't very strong to kill your dad and mom and brother because you're jealous of just your brother.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we're getting into the realm of an argumentative question, Mr. Chuong, and so this isn't really something we need testimony from the witness on. It's more of an argument and an inference to be gained from the evidence that you can argue during closing. So I'll sustain an objection and ask you to either rephrase or move on.
Do you think a jealousy motive is very strong?
I do.
It killing, or in terms of me killing 3 people in the house?
Yes.
So just to be clear, you ignored the life insurance policy, Andrew and Jenny having a fight 2 days and a week before.
All right,
well, wait, objection on.
To say that it's argumentative, I would say that it's maybe.
I would say, well, also facts, not in evidence. I don't think we've really actually established any of these things yet as by way of evidence. So I'll sustain the objection, Mr. Chuong. You can rephrase or move on.
Did you looked into Jenny's phone to determine a motive, correct? A possible motive, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't find any of it relevant?
Not really, no.
You didn't find the fighting between Andrew and Jenny relevant to a possible motive?
I did not ever believe that Jenny had anything to do with it. She had told me that it was you that had done it. She was stabbed herself. When I questioned you, you didn't say anything about your mom doing it. You told me that some unknown man, that was a vague description of an unknown man coming in. In fact, you said you heard this unknown man come into your house, and you heard sounds from your brother's room, and you went and got your mom, and you and your mom went to the room, and there's somebody attacking your brother, and you tried to intervene, and then you got cut on the hand, and you ran from the house and didn't see anything else.
Eric mentioned to you that there was no family altercation the days leading up to the murder, correct?
Correct.
But there is evidence of family altercations because the mom did leave for 2 days, and I mean, it was during COVID and everyone was at home. Wouldn't if you were at home and your mom had left, wouldn't you know that she was gone for 2 days?
I'd object, Judge. Speculation. I don't know what relevance that question has on identifying.
Yeah, I'll sustain that. I think that would have to be better phrased, Mr. Chuong.
I'm leading up to another question. That's why I'm saying.
Okay, well, let's try. Let's ask a question and we'll see where you are.
Because it is apparent that there was a fight, but why would Eric not mention it at all? Why would he lie about it?
All right, well, that's a sustained witness cannot comment on the credibility of another witness.
But it would be about motive towards Eric.
All right, and we're also dealing with out-of-court statements at this point. So there's a number of hurdles that I don't think we're clearing here.
Did you ever consider the size of Austin compared to all of them as a factor during your investigation?
No.
Like, in terms of my father is, he works as a contractor, correct? Did you find out?
Air conditioning?
Yeah, HVAC contractor.
Yep.
And Austin at the time was around 90 pounds, and Eric was, he went to the gym a lot, correct?
Well, I'd say that I didn't.
Wait, hold on a second, David.
Form of the question is assuming
Facts, not evidence. Needs to become in the form of a question, Mr. Chuong, and not as if you're personally testifying.
Is it realistic to you that Austin could have attacked his father and won?
Absolutely. I mean, as far as your brother goes, you attacked him while he was sleeping. That's how you got by your brother. As far as your dad goes, he never would have expected that you would stab him in the chest as he yelled at you for attacking your brother, but you did. It was just you attacked him while he wasn't expecting it. Nobody expects their son to stab them.
But Andrew had just broken up me and Eric's fighting. He told me to go in my room and change. He's at this point kind of expecting something to go down, wouldn't you say?
Were you fighting with your brother?
I fought with my brother, yes.
All right, so that's going to be question and answer. And so, Mr. Chuong, ask a question.
Was Jenny forthcoming in her information about life insurance?
Yes.
Irrelevance, Judge.
Overruled.
Yes.
Yes.
As in, she openly let you.
When I talked to her about it, we talked about it.
There wasn't no contention between her not wanting to.
$500,000 is not a big deal when you're talking about a lifelong. I'm not sure how much your dad made a year, but it was enough to live in Alpharetta. $500,000 is not that big a deal. It wasn't motive to me. I mean, she had lost her source of money for life.
Do you know how much her house she's living in is valued at right now?
It's got to be pretty. I have no idea actually, but it's expensive. I imagine.
And you're not going to testify, Mr. Chuong. If he has no idea, you have to leave it unless you have some evidence to present.
You talked to Trina, you talked to Aaron, you talked to my girlfriend, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to my best friend, correct?
I did.
You talked to my cousin, correct?
I did.
And all of my family members, everyone who knew me, correct?
I talked to those three people. I talked to maybe your uncle, too, Gene, or no.
Jim. They all said that in my character, I couldn't have done this, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Jurors disregard that question. And all
That I was
questions
a peaceful and
excuse me,
nonviolent
Mr.
person.
Chuong.
I'm sorry.
And all questions asked by the parties or the attorneys, because that's not evidence. All right, Mr. Chuong, you can ask your next question.
They stated that I was
Mr. Chuong, that is not going to be an allowable question. It calls for hearsay.
My reputation is that I was a peaceful person, correct?
Correct.
And I was a peaceful person, or a good kid, a gentle kid at that.
This is all calling for hearsay. It's sustained, and the jurors to disregard that answer. Next question, Mr. Chuong.
After speaking with them, you did not gather a motive to why I could have done this, correct?
I think we've covered that. He's laid out his opinions on what he thinks the motive are, or what he thinks the motive is. And if you're just wanting him to relay what they told him, that's hearsay, and that's not admissible.
When you interviewed me, correct, did you turn off the camera and say something to me?
No.
You didn't say something along the lines of like, I hope you...
Objection, Judge.
No, I think that's overruled.
You didn't say something along the lines of, I hope you never see daylight again, and I know it was you.
I don't think so.
And I hope you rot in jail.
I don't think so.
Don't think so. Did you hear anyone else say it?
No.
All right, thank you. No further questions.
Any redirect?
No.
And this witness be excused.
Yes, Judge.
All right, thank you, Detective.
Thank you.
All right, does the state have another witness available?
We do, Judge. The state would call Investigator Dajuan Walker.
Last name for it?
Officer Dajuan Walker, Dajuan. Last name Walker, Walker.
Good afternoon, Investigator Walker. Where are you employed?
Atlanta Police Department.
And how long have you been there?
Since January 2024.
And where were you employed before that?
Fulton County District Attorney's Office
And how long were you with the DA?
for 2 years.
And what was your role with the DA's office?
Senior investigator.
Were you assigned to the domestic violence unit in December of 2023?
Yes.
And what were some of your duties and responsibilities while working in the domestic violence?
Investigating any domestic violence related aggravated assaults or homicides. In doing so, collecting evidence from our neighboring jurisdictions, different municipalities, in addition to physical evidence as well as biological evidence.
Okay, when you speak about biological evidence, can you give us an example of that?
Pretty much DNA. So DNA, swabs, blood samples, different things of that nature.
Okay, and are you post-certified?
Yes.
Were you post-certified in December of 2023?
Yes.
And did you become involved in an investigation of a case against a person named Austin Chuong?
Yes.
And what was your involvement?
For Mr. Chuong, basically collecting DNA sample, swab of his DNA from his mouth to compare to physical evidence that was collected at the scene of the crime.
And do you see the person in the courtroom that you collected that swab from?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned you collected a swab. Do you recall whether that was on December 20th of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And did anybody go with you to collect that swab? Do you recall?
I want to say Investigator M.M. Mills, I believe so.
And prior to obtaining that swab, did you obtain a search warrant?
Yes.
And did you directly obtain it or did someone else?
I directly obtained it.
And in obtaining a DNA swab, can you walk us through what that process looks like?
Basically, when you have, it's a DNA packet, and in that DNA packet, there are two separate sets of packets of Q-tips, long Q-tips. Each packet has two Q-tips in there. We remove, for each package of the two Q-tips, we remove one package, and both Q-tips we would swab on the left side of the cheek. At that point, we put that in another envelope in which we would seal, and then we take the other two Q-tip and we would swab both of those Q-tips on the right side of the cheek, and then we would put that in the envelope and seal it. Once we seal it, we seal it in the envelope packet. We take that packet and then we put it in another envelope and we seal that and we label that. And at that point, we transport that to the GBI for submission.
Okay, and just for clarification, Each of those Q-tips, are they put in a separate packet?
No, it's actually all put in one bag.
And when you take swabs from, when you took the swab from the defendant, were you wearing gloves?
Yes.
And after you dropped the Q-tips in the envelope, did you seal that envelope?
Yes.
And you mentioned you will take the envelope to GBI. Do you recall whether you did that the same day in this case?
No, I believe I did that the following day because the time it was too late. GBI was closed by that time.
Okay, and because you had to take it another day, is there a place that you would secure that swab?
Yes, the DNA office has a secure evidence room, which we would secure inside the evidence room. And inside that evidence room also has lockers in which we would secure it in the lockers if need be.
Investigator Walker, I am showing you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 132. Do you recognize it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
My handwriting on the envelope.
Okay, and what do you recognize it
As the envelope in which I put the DNA swabs inside of.
And is that what you submitted to GBI on December 21st, 2023?
Yes.
Nothing further. I'm sorry. The state would move to admit State's Exhibit 132.
Any objection to 132?
No.
132 is admitted without objection.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Chuong, any cross-examination?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Willingham, can we excuse Mr. Walker?
Yes,
All right, thank you, sir. Do you happen to have any other witnesses ready to go?
Destinee, Destinee, Mason, Mason.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mason. Where are you employed?
I work for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation in the Division of Forensic Science, also known as the State Crime Lab, in the Forensic Biology section.
And you mentioned in the Forensic Biology section, what is your position?
I am a forensic serologist.
Okay, and can you explain what that means?
I analyze evidence for the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
And what is your educational and training background that allows you to do this type of work?
I received my Bachelor's of Science degree in biology from the University of California, Riverside in 2012. At GBI, I've undergone extensive training. This includes attending lectures, presentations, demonstrations, working with mock case samples, completing oral and written exams, proficiency and competency testing, as well as a mock trial.
And how long have you been employed as a serologist?
About 3 years.
Okay, and have you ever testified as an expert before?
Yes, I have.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would like to tender Destinee Mason as an expert in the field of forensic biology, specifically in the area of serology, blood analysis, semen analysis, and saliva analysis.
Any objection from the defense? You may proceed.
Did you receive any evidence in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what did you receive?
I received a cigarette pack.
And was there a service requested on this evidence?
Yes, there was.
And can you briefly explain what that service was and briefly explain what that service requested was?
The service requested was a blood examination.
Okay, and can you explain to us how that examination was performed?
Yes, so it's a chemical examination. I'll take 2 swabs and I'll swab a stain of interest and I'll add chemicals. If one of the swabs turns pink and the other turns a bluish green color, then it is positive, indicating the presence of blood. If it is clear or colorless, it is negative, indicating blood is not present.
And did you document your findings in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you complete an official report?
Yes, I did.
I am showing you what has been previously marked as State's Exhibit 133. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a report I generated for my blood examination for this case.
And is that kept in the regular course of business?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, the state would tender State's Exhibit 133.
Objection to 133. And 133 is admitted.
And what were your results?
The cigarette pack was positive for the presence of blood.
And did you have any other involvement in this case?
No, I did not.
Nothing from the state.
All right, Mr. Chuong, any cross-examination? Okay, can this witness be excused? Ms. Willingham?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.
My name is Alexandra Jason. That's spelled Alexandra, and Jason is Jasin. Good afternoon. At the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, Division of Forensic Science in the biology unit.
Working in the biology unit, what's your role?
I'm a DNA analyst.
And how long have you been employed as a DNA?
4 years.
And what is your job entail?
I receive evidence from state and local agencies and perform DNA analysis on them.
And what is your education and training in that area?
I got my bachelor's in forensic biochemistry at Northern Michigan University, and I underwent a 1.5 year long training at the GBI that included written, oral, and practical examinations.
And do you belong to any professional organizations?
No.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes.
How many times?
16.
Okay, and have you ever been tendered as an expert?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state would move to tender Ms. Jason as an expert in forensic biology.
Any objection from the defense? You may proceed.
And Ms. Jason, what is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's the building block that makes us who we are. We get half from our mom and half from our dad, and it's unique to each individual with the exception of identical siblings.
What is the structure of DNA?
It has a double helix structure, so it looks like a spiral staircase.
And where can DNA be found in our bodies?
It can be found in every cell in the body with the exception of red blood cells.
Is a person's DNA the same throughout all of their cells?
Yes.
And does a person's DNA change over time?
No.
Is it possible for 2 people to have the same DNA?
Only if they're identical siblings.
And how can one's DNA profile identify that person?
So while about 99.7% of human DNA is same from person to person, 0.3% of it does differ and is uniquely identifiable. We look specifically at what's called a short tandem repeat. And these are just specific locations in your DNA that have sequences that repeat themselves. So essentially like the word cat repeating itself multiple times. The number of times that repeat differs from individual to individual. So we can look at those specific locations, and that combination that you have would be different from person to person, which is how we can identify someone's DNA.
Okay, and can you explain, is that similar to a genetic marker or is that something different?
It's similar to a genetic marker, but it doesn't tell us anything about the person's physiological, like their hair color or anything like that.
Okay, so what is a genetic marker then?
The genetic marker would be something that could tell you something specific about their appearance.
Okay, and how is DNA profiling used in practice?
We do the DNA analysis on items of evidence, and then we compare it to the known reference samples or of individuals that are related to the case.
Okay, and how does your office perform the DNA analysis?
The DNA analysis process can kind of be broken up into about 4 steps. We start with extraction, which is where we separate the DNA molecule from the rest of the cellular components. From there, it moves on to quantification, which is where we determine how much DNA we were able to extract from the item. Moving on, we do amplification, which is where we make millions and millions of copies of specific sections of the DNA, those STRs that I described earlier. And then through the use of computer systems and instrumentation, we're able to essentially take those copies, and we're able to make what we call the DNA profile, which just looks like peaks on a graph.
And you mentioned you use computer programs to do part of that. Is there a specific program that you all use?
We use GeneMapX.
And is that a system generally accepted in the scientific community?
Yes.
Are results from a DNA analysis performed using this software reliable?
Yes.
And can they be reproduced?
Yes.
Do you follow certain procedures when you use this software specifically?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And what is proficiency testing?
Proficiency testing is testing that we do annually throughout, we do it annually in order to make sure that we're all still competent within all of the instrumentations and our policies within the GBI.
And I believe you said you do it annually?
Yeah, we do it twice a year.
Okay. And have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No.
Does your lab have a quality assurance or quality control program that meets generally accepted standards for forensic laboratories conducting forensic DNA analysis?
Yes.
Does the GeneMapper software have anything to do with that?
It is something that is validated for us to use through the standards that we follow.
And can DNA samples get old or die?
They can get old. Die is a different word. We call it degradation. So essentially based on when the DNA is collected, how it's collected, if it was collected, say later, if it was in the elements of like the sun and stuff like that, it can get degraded and quote unquote die. We'd still maybe be able to get DNA and see it within our process, but it would look essentially broken up.
And when you all do a DNA analysis, does your lab have a review process?
Yes.
What is that process?
We call it peer review.
And why is peer review important?
It's when another trained analyst will look over all of the controls, the data, and your report and make sure that the data you collected is correctly written out in your report.
Were you assigned to do any testing in this case?
Yes.
And what evidence did your lab receive pertaining to this case?
I tested blood stains from a cigarette pack.
And when did your lab receive that evidence? Do you know?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I can look at my notes and see. If that's okay. Okay.
And look up when you've refreshed your recollection.
December 21st, 2023.
And Is there anybody in particular in your office that receives it?
So the evidence will come in through our evidence receiving technicians. They get it either through the mail, through a lockbox, or in person. And once they have entered everything and taken pictures and put it into our laboratory information management system, they email the necessary testing lab so it can be brought up to us.
Okay, and once it's brought up to you, what did you do with the item specifically in this case once you received it?
I performed DNA analysis on it.
Okay, and the DNA analysis that you performed, is that what you previously described to us?
Yes.
Okay, and did you produce a report for this analysis?
Yes.
Is that done in the regular course of business?
Yes.
I am handing you what has previously been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's my report.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the report you produced in this case?
Yes.
The state would tender State's Exhibit 134.
Any objection to 134?
No, Your Honor.
134 is admitted without objection.
Okay, and what were your results in this case?
Thank you.
Mr. Culver.
Right.
The swabs from the stains within the cigarette pack, one, which was item 9, contained the DNA profile of one individual, and the other two, items 8 and item 10, contained the DNA profile of 2 individuals. The major profile from one of the stains, item 8, the profile from one of the stains, item 9, and the major profile from the last stain, item 10, matched that of Austin Chuong.
Okay, and you mentioned there were multiple stains tested, but did they all come from the same item?
Yes, they all came from the cigarette pack.
And is that normal for you all to test multiple stains?
It happens sometimes if there's multiple people included in a case. I'll typically test more stains than just one.
Okay, and were there multiple people included in the evidence that you received in this case?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Chuong, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. The only thing you found that had Austin's DNA was the cigarette pack, correct?
The 3 stains from the cigarette pack, yeah.
No further questions. That was it, ma'am. Thank you.
All right. Any redirect, Ms. Willingham?
Just one. You didn't find that cigarette pack, did you?
I did not collect any evidence.
Thank you.
All right. Can this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Mason.